I'm Seamus. Thank you so much for coming.
You've got a great cause worth fighting for. I couldn't wait to get here. That said, I expected, well, more people?
So far, there's only the two of us.
But we're highly motivated.
Well, it's a start.
Some people I knew already were dear friends of mine, like little gray cells, and just my stupid opinion.
Lots of interesting things. This is absolutely abominable, and the Rcmp are really in the shit here, and they know it.
Hi, I'm not really sure what I'm doing here, but I think it's time that I needed to speak up.
The following program is brought to you in living color.
Something you watch it on TV, horror movie, you shut it off a good bit. We can't shut this off. Every time we close our eyes, the horror movie turns on. So I know for myself, when I close my eyes to go try to go to bed, I picture my parents being shot.
Trying to piece together stories that seems
Let's have a look at this. I'm going to pause it periodically, and I'm going to try and not lose my shit because I was really angry. Really angry. I'm getting really pissed now. I'll preface this by saying I'm strongly urging all of the victims in this, the victims' families, to launch a class action lawsuit against the Rcmp, and I would just love to have the Rcmp under discovery. I have a lot of questions, and I'm sure a lawyer would too.
Canadian Mounted Police and their stories. Stories of their courage. Stories of their lives filled with hazard, romance, and adventure. The Rcmp story this week, Gunslinger.
Oh my goodness, how many windows do I have open? Oh goodness, I have always a lot of windows open. Fail. Well, that's the way you do things, right? All right, so we're a family, right? We're all a family here, and I think that's awesome. And so I want to send a special congratulatory message to a member of our family who is once again minted grandmother. So you know who you are, and congratulations. I'm so very, very happy to hear that. All the best to Mom and Grandma. Now, my live chat says top chat, and I have to change the to be legit heads up. YouTube hiding comments. Hiding comments, says Ms. Fox. Good afternoon. It is 2:24 down on Nova Scotia time. Hope you guys are surviving the stuff, shall we say. Just stuff. Which coffee do I do? I don't know. I got this nice one. I got 4 here always. going. I think we'll start with cold. Now, let's continue. Is this where the roused rabbles congregate? Rabble rousers. My phone just woke me up. Hello, sad. Binks in the house. Nova Scotia citizen. Did everyone get to see the Big Fun Garage video? Some people who use Facebook say the bikers never commit crime in Nova Scotia are going to be livid. Glad to see Big Fun Garage putting it out there. Yes. Big story. Lots of things to it. So, always requires a shit pile of validation. Anyway, continuing on. Probably lots of people scrambling like pins, being hit by a bowling ball. Possibly. Ashley, good afternoon. Fiona, hi, I'm here. Hello. Keep an eye out for damage control. We may get to the bigger story here at some point, but still working on bits and pieces because it's a big one. But, I just try and lay out the little, we'll go into a little bit more of that today. This is a very big, complicated story. Greetings from sunny Nova Scotia. Okay. No, that's right. You're quite right. Nobody's doing that. Ms. Fox laughing at Nova Scotia citizens' comments. Good afternoon, Linda M. Incoming under a minute. Well, I'm here now. Howdy doody. Hope you're doing good too. Doing well, right? My English is going in the toilet. Listening at work. Should I report you? You allowed to work down there? I've been dying for another live stream. Okay, good. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're live. All right. Chiang. Do I say that right? Chiang. Strikes me as Asian. I don't know. Nikki Lewis, what's happening? Blue Nose, missed you as a little cartoon. Okay. Jen Logan, Dave, what's happening? Sean Weagle. I don't know if I've seen Sean before. Welcome. My memory is poor, though. Mass casualty sounds like it could be a building collapse or ship sinking. Yes, it is more of this, psycho warfare babble. We've got people getting notifications. Good. Linda McDonald, howdy. We've got down by the bay. Didn't get to see Big Fun Garage's video. Okay. Maybe a few things talking about that for sure. Oh, goodness. Where am I here? Beautiful day in Halifax. Sorry. I'm sorry there, Dave. Didn't mean to interrupt stuff. I updated the playlist, I think. So I think it's updated. Anyway, so all the videos should be in there now. I don't know how many there is, 170 or something crazy. I think there's been a few deleted, but no idea. Really, Marion, how's it going? Sorry about I have people cleaning my walks. If you hear things in my little guy just wandered in the room. Hello, how are you doing? You want to come join me, or are you just you're just out for a wander and bumping into things? That's what happens when you get old, right? Things to look forward to. I say he has 47 windows open. I don't know. Enough that it causes problems. Did my homework last video. Interesting. Okay, good. I'd be always welcome criticisms, corrections, or I don't know if you agree with it. Always spread it around, as in at least the message. Let's get the people asking more questions. Important. Too many hints dropped. Just tell me. What's the difference between live chat? Well, you want live chat, Sad. Congratulations, everybody sending out the congratulations to that family grandmother. Hello, hello. Hello, Christiana. I had an invitation from somebody in your life to join their Facebook. Yeah, I'm friends with. Grandbaby is gorgeous. Good, okay. Caper knows. Beth's in here. Love the censorship. Yeah, they didn't like my title page for some reason. Where's that? Hopefully that's not a... It's a public persona, right? I mean, you can't get in too much trouble for talking about people in the public. It's a card. That would... where is it here? Oh, now it doesn't want to switch. Interesting. Oh, very interesting. This is what appeared. Or I also saw a red pill, or black pill, sorry. Black pill, which has significance, but the actual title page was a business card. I don't know if anybody got that. Good afternoon, oh dear. Hello, hello. Lockdown here, everybody, everywhere. Kids out of school. Are they playing? Hopefully kids are playing. Gotta play. Snippy likes Big Fun Garage video. Yeah, it's very interesting. Okay, we got a link there. Thank you. Thank you. Oh dear. We got Space Explorer in here, turning in while you drive to work. Thank you for the link, oh dear, to Big Fun Garage's video. Rcmp Underwear Sales Office. Oh, goodness. You renamed. You renamed. Okay. Does it include bagels? Diana. And we've got Point Fire in here. Love and respect from Scarborough, Toronto. Is it one and the same or two separate things? This little guy's he's holding on. He's part of the I don't know. I don't want to call it the family. He's part of the family. He's watching to make sure everybody's doing all well, right? Okay, we got Mark in here. And we got Nicole. Hello, Nicole. Hello. Lockdown day 1. Boo-hoo. Sorry. Hopefully everybody's getting, I don't know. What do you do? House cleaning and things done. Would be rude to stop by here and not absolutely smash that. Okay, can't say that, Dave. I can't repeat that because would be, I don't know, egotistical. So avoid that, but thank you for your wonderful comment. Poor little dog. Oh, he's doing well, aren't you? He just keeps hanging on. He's got a mission. We all have missions, right? Lots of connections established before this event occurred. Yes, you can go very far back, and you can go across the country also. Saw the RC business card title page? Okay, good. There are kids playing outside with masks. I might go out and tease them later. Damn you kids. These new fandangled kids. Oh dear's video. Yes, she got a new one up. You know what? I haven't even had a chance to check it out. I've been on the phone kind of all night and this morning. We are now starting the Underwear Month Club near to fund our next uniform purchase. Stanfield's? Yeah, Stanfield's. I wonder if it makes me think of Stanfield's and Lenore's-Anne. One day. Joy McCabe. Hello. Now I might be able to see you live during our lockdown. Hello, Joy. Scotia Pup. I like the name. I can't see the icon. I'm half blind. Is that cats or dogs? I'm presuming it's dogs by the name. Aw, Darren Robichaux. Hello, Darren. We need daily lives to keep us busy. Says Nikki, we've got Dan in here. Hello. Got your coffee and your bagel belt. Okay. I got 4. Love the pup. Thank you. He and I have an interesting relationship. We always have. Lockdowns are BS. Okay. We've got Bev McPhee. Bev likes the book. Yeah, he's a good little buddy. He's very restless. That's the problem because he's old, and I like his smell. There you go. You can go trot around. Don't bump into too many things, please. That dog feels like manipulation. Uh-oh. Yes, I'm using the dog weapon. I don't want to use that one on anybody. Richie. I wonder if we should watch. I've got a bunch of stuff to cover, and my head is actually a swimming mess because there is so much. I don't think I can do it all in one video, so we'll just do little bits and pieces. 2 pitties, 2 pit bulls. Okay. I don't know. It just looks kind of like they're sitting down there together. I don't know. I can't tell. Sorry. Should arrange a meeting with Zan when you finally get here. I'm sure. Yes, Zan and I will have interesting talk. Is Min Pin. Absolutely. Min Pin. Full blood. Oh, there he goes into something. Kids should, Linda, not be playing outside without masks. Oh. How old is the pooch? Way past his expiry date. If I told you, you probably wouldn't believe me. I think he is now 17 and a half years old. Coming on shortly here, he'll be 18, which is, I believe, 6 years past his expiry date. So he has a mission, and life has been challenging to him, but he still keeps hanging around. I often, it's the same thing. I haven't, I've had my run-ins. Still keep staying. Anyway, great video. Zan bought 3 pairs of Lucky's undies last week. Lucky is changing the test. You can go, maybe if I dig around in my windows, you can go and write the Rcmp test. First question I got was, as a sample, was how do I spell rarity? I was like, yeah, that's tough. Now, Ms. Fox, and love me, love my dog, says Point. And the dog is, you have a senior cat, 17. Good guy. I love my dog. He loves me, and yeah, well, lucky. We're lucky to have our little friends, right? They give us solace. The thing is, I hear a lot of people, dogs are in hot demand with all of this stuff. Many dogs being adopted, and hard to find. So I fear that there may be a glut in pets at some point here, which would be very sad. You passed your expiry date too? Yeah, I way past mine. I think it was supposed to be, first time around was 25. I don't know how, but I just keep going. We keep going. That's the way it works. Anyone want to see Lesnore Zan's community letter this week? I missed that. One short paragraph about the shooting. Rest about all feel-good stories cross-dressing. Very interesting. What color is her hair today? Who knows? 100% says Nova Scotia citizen. Old pets. Old pets. We just keep getting better, right? Zan wears granny panties, tidy whities. I don't know about that. She's got a pretty racy past, but we all have pasts, don't we? Well, certainly. Snippy Pinky likes Oh Dear's video. Hope Oh Dear will throw out the channel. Okay, what do you want here? There we go. I don't know what you're doing. Are you trying to do psychological warfare? Cross-dressing, sad. Linda. I want a cat. You want a cat? You're cat, dog people, you know, I don't know. Different, 6 one, half dozen another. We all love our friends. Burn that garbage. Ronald McDonald. Okay, I'm not sure what Ronald McDonald refers to. She's so fake. Lenore's an actor for sure. Okay. Oh, thank you, everyone. Spread the word. What's going on? Says, oh dear, absolutely. We need the truth. And thank goodness for all of you and your hard work. We're lucky to be part of such a family, aren't we? I really do consider myself quite blessed to have such a great team of friends, and I've enjoyed getting to know people all across the country. So we do have a goal, purpose. I don't think there's anything wrong with what we're doing. You better not bring up her past. Could be seen as bullying. Okay, won't do that. Thank you. All right, so we've got links to videos going out and channels. Please go and subscribe. I didn't actually stick them in this time. I stuck links to the articles I will go through. And some of this is going to be, of course, once again, a refresher, but I have to try to, there's new people always hopping on board because this movement grows, and got to tie the pieces together for some people. How you pick to do this. I'm just going to work. Oops. Sorry, Nancy. I'm sorry. What was it? Something about 2 bickering old ladies. They call us a loosely knit group. Well, I think we're tighter than most anything out there. On behalf of the clergy everywhere, I apologize for Reverend Fluffy Moonbeam from last time. She raked a kid over the coals for it. Okay, I'm going to go and stick my furry little friend on the couch. We're going to go through this article first. And again, links are down below. Amateur sleuths and conspiracy theorists. Yes, I would love anybody to say, anybody feels like dropping Greg Mercer a line, please continue to do so, because he has left that article up and failed to address anything within it on Tara's behalf. I don't think he wants to stay on the couch. I have a feeling he's going to jump off here in a moment. Hello, Donna. Hello, fact-based community. People who ask questions, that's very bad. They don't want people asking questions. You're not young, Nancy. Okay, here we go. Is the bickering starting? Frat boys. Okay, so you guys saw the cover, or some of you may or may not have. And of course, that's you're gonna see that name pop up, and we're gonna get into a little bit about just some past. And again, these are publicly available, so I'm not saying anything in terms of definitive. I'm just laying some groundwork, and I'll let this first article speak for itself because it's very interesting. Frat boys and egos gone wild. Written by Pete Cross. Pete Cross, very interesting, and you'll see why at the end of this article. February 11th, 2019. I'm not a frat boy, or I am a frat boy. My apologies. As one watches a police officer sitting in the accused box inside a secure courtroom, only the back head visible from the gallery, the background droning noise of lawyers speaking in hushed self-importance, one cannot help but be disheartened. This is not the place cops are supposed to find themselves, silent, not reacting, heads bowed in shame or avoidance. But recently, this is where 3 of the 4 accused Mounties found themselves. After many years of courtroom haggling and delays, 𝙑𝙀𝙍𝙔, Brassington, Michaud, and Johnson now join an infamous group of cops gone bad, or more accurately, a case of cops gone stupid. They did, however, for the most part, manage to get away with it, destroying their reputations, putting their battered Rcmp back in the news for wrong reasons, and almost sinking a large-scale investigation, but in the end, it did not hurt them. Or it did not hurt them, at least in terms of what resulted during a few hours of in a Vancouver courtroom 67. 6 criminal charges laid against David 𝙑𝙀𝙍, 7 criminal offenses against Derek Brassington, and 3 criminal charges against Danny Michaud, all pled away, discarded by Crown Chris Constantine, all reduced down to a single criminal count against Brassington and 2 summary conviction offenses under the Rcmp Act pertaining to Section 48(1) against Michaud and 𝙑𝙀𝙍. In a somewhat rare move, the criminal charges against 𝙑𝙀𝙍 and Michaud were discarded, replaced by a single new charge under the Rcmp Act, which states, okay, so that's hyperlinked. I didn't actually read this, okay. So they link the Rcmp Act. I suppose I can drop that in. I didn't put it in the links. There we go. Okay. That any member who, quote, concerts or connives at any act whereby any rule, order, or regulation made, 13 criminal charges minimized almost to the point of insignificance. Only this to show, after years of delays, trips to the Supreme Court of Canada, and a denied Jordan application. Jordan is when case goes too long, you get thrown out. Charges of breach of trust, obstruction, and fraud reduced to almost nothing. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in court time, lawyers, judges. Of course, who's that? Underwear boy could probably help us there. Who pays for that? All this stuff. $100,000 in court time, lawyers, judges, investigators, both within the Rcmp and the OPP, Ontario Provincial Police, exchanged in essence for some community work service. Michaud has even been paid for the last 8 years while sitting at home, despite facing charges of fraud for unjustified overtime claims, no doubt amounting into the thousands of dollars. Only Mr. Brassington was fined $10,000. Mr. 𝙑𝙀𝙍 gets to keep his money. There was a nagging feeling throughout watching the proceedings that the Crown, and no doubt in consult with the Rcmp management, just because they're independent, with the Rcmp management, did not have an appetite for a trial, and the prolonged embarrassment that would have played out over several weeks in a courtroom in full view of the media. Don't want that. Don't want that. All these trials, they don't like people to watch them, know anything about it. This was a whitewash. The alternative explanation is that Mr. Constantine was the worst deal maker in provincial criminal history. Clearly, they wanted this to go quietly go away. Sound familiar? Except for a few uncomfortable delays in the media, it will, in fact, disappear from the public consciousness. Now, this is why I advocate strongly archive.org, archive.is. All articles, I try my best to archive, and I know a lot of you have been, and please continue to do so. Keep those links, and then that way you can go and find them again. Otherwise, it becomes problematic, because there is a great deal of scrubbing that goes on when it comes to the RCMP, and funnily enough, the bigger story in this one. So we got to keep this stuff around for future generations so that we can not repeat our problems, right? So what actually went wrong? We were told in court that this investigation was being led by Staff Sergeant David Attu, quote, one of the top investigators in the province. Now, his now wife, in a letter to the court, talked about him being a, quote, golden boy. How did he and the apparently equally talented Sergeant Derek Brassington get so led astray? These self-reported talents to the world of investigation pulled down into a cesspool of criminals. Were they outwitted by some 21st century Dr. Moriarty? No. They were pulled under by some 20-something girls whose singular talent seems to have been the ability to date blinged out thugs. This group of wayward Mounties wants you to believe that this all happened because the high stress involved in the investigation, the organizational and media pressure, the need to cultivate gangsters to testify, that they needed to integrate themselves into this hideous criminal element, all while selflessly sacrificing their families and putting themselves into jeopardy. While this plays well in a courtroom, it is unadulterated nonsense. The answer is more simple. This was massive failure of supervision. Massive failure of supervision, coupled with misogynistic men acting like pubescent boys, and of greed. To begin to understand, one needs to know the organizational structure within IHIT. Okay, let's have a look at what IHIT is. Integrated Homicide Investigation Team. Integrated Homicide Investigation Team is the largest homicide unit in Canada, responsible for investigating homicides, suspicious deaths, high-risk missing persons where foul play is suspected. IHIT covers Lower Mainland from Pemberton to Boston Bar, including Seashelt, and serves 28 RCMP communities for municipal police communities. In addition to our administrative support staff, our highly skilled analytical unit, and 6 investigative teams, IHIT is also comprised of individual support teams. These include cold case team, investigational support unit, family victim support liaison. And so somebody seems to be absent in that one and helping out Tara. Hopefully that's going to be rectified. I believe that's part of his forte. But anyway, major case management, legal application support, special projects, public media relations. Unsolved cases, number, key factor, prioritize an investigation, cold case team. Some factors include solvability. It has 110 employees, 80 police officers from RCMP, New Westminster, Port Moody, Abbotsford, West Van police departments. IHIT has taken a leadership role in a national approach to the gang and organized crime. Okay, so that's all in capitals, right? So we know that's part of something or other. Okay, so that's IHIT's mandate. Kind of like CFSU. We have a lot of, or the Integrated Gang Task Force, we have a lot of these different bureaucratic bungling boondocks. Anyway, the organizational structure within IHIT at the time of this file, and we'll get into the case a little bit more. We'll describe it here, so do bear with me. There were several investigation teams within IHIT, and these teams of 8 were led by sergeants. Their primary investigator for any homicide file is usually assigned out of the members of those teams. Then there is the team commander, a person who is assigned and is supposed to be somewhat above the fray. You know, those high, you hold them in high regard, ones we look up to and teach our kids to one step removed from the investigative teams, and his or her job is simply oversight. watching the running of the file, both in terms of investigational direction and administration of the file. The team commander does not, or at least should not, get involved with the actual investigational operations. This is also the role of the primary investigator, who is mandated to stay free of being sidetracked operationally. Above these teams and assignments, there's also a full-time administrative staff officer who oversees expenses, overtime claims, and other such tasks on behalf of the entire IHIT unit. Prior to the Surrey 6 file, okay, so that's what we're talking about. Surrey 6, some of you may or may not be familiar with this one. Like I said, we'll get into a little bit more. File of all these individuals had a history and a reputation for overtime claims. All these individuals had a history and a reputation for overtime claims. They were accustomed to inflated paychecks coming from who? That would be you. IHIT management, funnily enough, they pay part of their paycheck, which is always like suing in every single accident. Sue your insurance company. You're really, at the end of the day, suing yourself. Kind of build that into everything. IHIT management watched over the members of this group, established a pattern of working continuously, unchallenged as to the need for the justification of countless hours of overtime. There was even a unique custom in IHIT. At the end of each fiscal year, the big claimers would come together to compare T4s, seeking boasting rights as to who made the most money. Among that group was 𝙑𝙀, and some future inspectors like Brian Katera and Gary Shinkarek. 𝙑𝙀 was clearly the leader of this group, had come from Richmond Detachment, a brief stay in Surrey before joining the newly formed IHIT. Formations of IHIT, very interesting, but gets part of the bigger story. His fellow workers, we'll have to try and get into that at a later point. His fellow workers in Richmond Detachment were none other than Joe Sabaton, Danny Michaud, and Paul Johnson, all no doubt aided in their coming to IHIT by 𝙑𝙀. Brassington came from Langley Detachment, but was known to be a fan of 𝙑𝙀. Therefore, all unlikely to question or voice operational opposition, because they're all kind of friends. This was a culture of free spending and inflated salaries through overtime, company cars, late night road trips, inter-office romances, all buoyed by a sense of importance of important work being led by elite investigators. Gotta take it down a notch here. Ego has no place. They were considered above normal scrutiny. It was largely a boys' club. They took advantage of this fraternity atmosphere and seemingly never impeded, or at least in those days, of any thoughts of family and children. The officer in charge of the IHIT group, who was at the time of the Surrey 6 newly minted Mountie Superintendent John Robin. Let's read that again. The officer in charge of the IHIT group, who at the time of the Surrey 6 was newly minted Mountie Superintendent John Robin. Mr. Robin came out of retirement as an inspector with Delta PD and was then sworn in as an officer with the Rcmp. This raised eyebrows at the time. A very lucrative move, to be sure. He got a promotion, I believe, when he came over. A very lucrative move, to be sure, but it caused one to wonder if, being new to the RCMP, he was in the best position to supervise the RCMP's only homicide unit. When the Surrey 6 file came in, not one but two teams were tasked to attending this file. One team was headed by Sergeant Joe Sabaton. The other was headed by Sergeant Derek Brassington. Both were relatively newly promoted sergeants. So they get a pretty nice portfolio for their new promotion. One other myth that should be dispelled at the outset: this was not a complicated file. Labor-intensive, possibly, but not one that was overly difficult to fathom, or an incident that had not been dealt with hundreds of times in the past. This was one murder event inside a single crime scene, with multiple victims all inside the same scene and multiple suspects from a single criminal group. The press labeled it a big file only because of the number of victims. Experienced investigators also knew that turning someone in the criminal group would be needed. Turning someone in the criminal group would be needed if the file was ever going to be successful in terms of laying charges. That, too, was not unusual in these gang-style homicides. Staff Sergeant Attu claimed in court that he was, quote, reluctantly pulled in to head the investigation and oversee two teams of primary investigator and team commander. This seems a little self-serving. He's reluctant. I don't really want those, nice big titles. So a friendly group of relatively inexperienced investigators with a penchant of overtime, a high living lifestyle, was paired with their new boss in IHIT, one unfamiliar with protocols. New boss. Who was the new boss? As this file progressed, the team commander and alleged primary investigator ignored the rules of the command group and became directly involved with cultivating the killer to turn witness. The person in the court refers to Witness X. Attu was just interested, apparently, in the fact that Witness X also had a girlfriend, who the Carts were calling, quote, Jane Doe 2. Attu was just as interested, apparently, in the fact that Witness X also had a girlfriend, who the courts were calling Jane Doe 2. Brassington, who is also acting as a cultivator of this killer, to travel and hang around with this core group of gangsters and their girlfriends. Brassington began to spend time with Jane Doe 1, a former girlfriend of both Jamie Bacon and high-level gangster Kevin LeClaire. Now, some of these names may seem familiar to you. Bigger stories. Both girls were in their 20s, while Attu and Brassington were pushing 40 years old. Trade them in for two 20s. They traversed the country, staying in hotels with these witnesses. See where this is going? And the restaurants evolved into bars, where alcohol became the fuel for relaxed inhibition and common sense. Two 20-year-old girls, alcohol, hotels, all across the country, gangsters. Do you see where it's going? Brassington told the court he, quote, fell in love with Jane Doe 1, walking hand in hand in Victoria, having sex at the safe house, sometimes in front of others. At one time, another female officer was present. Oh, I'm thinking hot tubs. Oh. A 2 for his part was pursuing Jane Doe too, sneaking into her hotel room, rolling around in the bedroom, groping her, kissing her passionately, or, quote, sexual touching, as the courts like to call it. Ooh. Not on one occasion, on several occasions. If anything, a 2 was persistent lover, if not a persistent investigator. How much do you think this is going on? With gangsters. Blinged out. Murder investigations. Tainted by sex. One incident occurred in Montreal where they ran up an $800 bill for liquor as all of them came together in a bar where Jane Doe 2 was now working. A 2 went to her apartment for his conjugal pursuit, bringing a new meaning to witness management. Ooh, this is getting dirty. They were claiming overtime expenses. They were claiming overtime, of course. Yes, why not get paid? I remember I had a job kind of like this when I was young and I was a ranch hand. I'm not paid for that. Anyway, of course, during this time, you could collect paychecks during this. And who pays? Is it you? During this time, and claiming and writing off their escapades to, quote, expenses. Who's paying that? Where's underwear fund? Where's my underwear? I know he's in here. I want my underwear back. We will never learn about how much money was involved, but it would have been substantial over the many months. And you know that would be because it's all across the country. Hotel rooms, bars, sex in front of other officers, witnesses, murder investigations, high-level gangsters. During this investigation, they also formed inside IHIT. Who was heading IHIT again? Who was heading IHIT? Oh, I better be careful here. Who was heading IHIT? Overseeing all this. Okay. Moving along. Their own witness management team or unit, which was led by Sergeant Ross Joaquin, formerly of the undercover unit. Why was there the need to for a separate unit? The Rcmp already had such an independent unit, but by doing so, this gave these investigators greater control of all activities surrounding these witnesses. I bet it did. A lot of control in hotel rooms, in front of other officers, fueled by alcohol, paid for by who? And this is a murder investigation of gangsters? Really? Convenient, at least for sure, in terms of what was going on. Where was Joaquin disappeared to? Has not been mentioned. Michaud, who had only been with IHIT for 6 months, was assigned to this unit, giving him free ability to travel with and party with this group. Also convenient. So 𝙑𝙀𝙍, who was the primary and team coordinator, or both, was directly involved with witness protection, was the team leader of one of these other teams, Brassington. Common sense, not so common in this case, would seem to indicate that all of this could end badly. Hello, RT. One must understand that although there are lots of officers indirectly working on this file, a core group, maybe 10 or 12, would likely meet every day to, quote, brief on this file. It would be impossible for this group not to know the comings and goings of 𝙑𝙀𝙍, Brassington et al. In front of other female officers. Yum! It would or should have caused all to question what was really going on. I'm going to insert really going on. Where was the group? I wonder what the other level, the other side, these gangsters, I wonder what they were thinking. I wonder if they were getting, I don't know, any considerations in this. Where was that other group disappeared to is also a question likely not to be answered. Where was John Robin? John Robin. John Robin. John Robin. Sorry, rubbing my eyes here. Who was running the investigation and all its disparate parts, while two of the main leaders were frolicking. Who was signing overtime and expenses? It all unraveled, of course, when Brassington's loyal lover began telling everyone she was in a, quote, relationship with Brassington, even telling Michaud. Over goes the apple cart. Brassington finally gets confronted by John Robin, who runs the commanding officer of E Division runs to the commanding officer of E Division, Gary Brass, who finally does the proper thing and notifies Ontario Provincial Police, requesting that they launch an internal investigation. The Ontario Provincial Police, after many months, were in the end perhaps not awed by these supreme investigators. Not awed. They had to leave shaking their heads, and they ended up recommending over 20 criminal charges. Among the things that were uncovered, quote, hitting on other women, quote, boasting about their undercover police work, 𝙑𝙀𝙍 making, quote, inappropriate overtures while hanging out at a bar in Whistler, Montreal, Whistler, Brassington bobbing in a hot tub at the YMCA, boasting about the monies he was making and confessing to having an affair. Oh, yes, he was married. All of this while falsifying overtime claims and expenses for thousands of dollars. I would really like to know how much was really being spent. Even one officer, Michaud, got caught lying to his fellow brother officers in the OPP when he knew about the Brassington affair. Lying. At no time did these smart guys ever consider they were being, quote, set up. At no time did they not think that they were both compromising the investigation and possibly endangering officers' lives. At no time did they consider this a breach of trust. We can link that. Uh-oh. Was in fact a criminal offense. A straight indictable offense, punishable by possible 5 years in jail. Clearly, they did not think they would get caught as they followed their penises across the country. It is the stupidity of it all that resounds. These were possible or future poster boys for the, quote, Me Too movement. But there was not an officer or manager in sight. Just saying. Who thought to question what was going on? No officer knowledgeable enough to see that operational protocol was being violated from the, what's that? From the outset. And none of the members of the investigative team had the temerity to speak up. Accountability. Oh, yes. We see this word a lot. Accountability in the RCMP, and in particular in this province, being BC, never seems to get past the first level. A lot of people on the big story, the big story, are from where? Oh, that's right. The West Coast, not the East Coast. Just things to note. And none of the members of the investigation team had the temerity to speak up. Why? Everybody's getting paid. Everybody's walking around following their penises across the country in hotel rooms and bars. Sorry, I skipped ahead, backwards. And in particular, the province never seems to get past the first level. And in this instance, the Crown has joined in to promote this miscarriage of justice. Surprise, surprise. It's kind of like they're all part of the same thing. You know, like, I don't know, media that gets paid. CBC, which is what? Propaganda wing of who? That's why the articles always alter. $600 million in propaganda funding. Come from who? Oh, that's you. To push garbage on you in the media. As for the taxpayer, you are out a lot of money. The lawyers even got special permission to charge more for their services. Oh, where was that? Like a gang. Do you know, there's a shirt that I want. There's a shirt that I want. It says, RCMP, world's biggest gang. Do you know that they used to sell that? They used to actually sell that legitimately. Of course, I'm not going after all members because There's a lot of great members, but there's shit within there, and the shit rises. It's funny that. The RCMP management breathes out a collective sigh of relief, knowing that once again, backroom deals. Backroom deals. Have cleared out the skeletons from their closets and quickly buried them in the backyard. I'm seeing pictures of backhoes. Seen them before? Burying houses and shit. How much investigation do you think was done? Harry Truman said, "The buck stops here." Not so true among the upper levels of the RCMP. The white shirts, the creme de la creme, the one that rips off their own members' pension funds. What a gang. Awesome. They're quite content to let these officers take the fall. This is key. No consideration as to who was responsible for oversight. Who do you think was responsible for oversight? They're heading up the commission investigation side here. I feel safe, don't you? It all sounds too familiar. Attu, Sapotoon, Brassington, Johnson, and Michaud are all now divorced. Funny that. I don't know. Attu is off to a rehabilitation program for a month in the interior of British Columbia at a hotel. At a hotel paid for by Veteran Affairs. After all, he is a retired police officer suffering, again, according to his defense counsel, with depression, suicidal thoughts, and panic attacks. I think that's called your dirty conscience, maybe? We all do bad things. But you got to ride that boat out. Brassington will likely go back to working with his brother in construction and begin a new chapter as he has found a new love of his life. I wonder if she's 20. Gang affiliated. I don't think. Who knows? Michaud will possibly remain with the RCMP as he continues to be paid, and he faces the next question as to whether this breach of code of conduct will mean that he will be removed from the RCMP. Oh, no more paychecks. Johnson is still awaiting court in March, but he is in a real fight for his life, battling with cancer. As one sat in the public gallery watching the court grinding its inimitable way, slightly out of touch with reality, it was difficult not to be sympathetic with the officers sitting in the courtroom. And this is true. Why? Because the RCMP allows this kind of behavior. Who does that? The higher levels. So, of course, you bring that in. It's like meat around the bear. The fall from grace is indeed unforgiving on a personal level. But Hen As one looked down the row of seats, sat there Eileen Mohan, the mother of 18-year-old Chris, who was heading off to basketball 1 minute and the next to face down in sheer terror as his life was about to be ended. She has weathered and is dealing with the unfathomable. It is unknown whether she comprehends how close this entire case came to crashing. Justice was jeopardized by these group of officers. This was not a game. This was not a frat party. There, standing in front of you, is the face of the breach of trust, and it is the face of Eileen Mohan. As a member of the public, you should be very angry. And if you are a police officer who plays within the lines, you should be disgusted. Your job just got a whole lot harder. Kind of like down there. This is the interesting part. Disclaimer. The author was both a team leader and a team commander in IHIT during the time of Atu Brassington and Paul Johnson's. They were on a different team. You trust the source? Hell yeah. Balls. That's big balls. Big balls. To come out and speak. And there's the great officers who come out and say things like that. Not going to be very popular, isn't. I don't believe currently is working anymore with Rcmp. And of course, so that is Cross. Pete Cross. Excellent article. Let's go into a little bit more. Rcmp investigator who would, just to give you a little bit more, is this the one I'm looking for? Investigator who admitted to sexual affair with witness suffered from PTSD, says court documents. Whoa. I wonder if we can skip this garbage and watch the video. Hey, Tara. That's a great article. Yeah, absolutely. It's the bigger picture. West Coast nonsense coming down there. And the seeming blind eye.
Brassington, described as a rising star with the Integrated Homicide Investigation Team, was suffering from PTSD and severe anxiety due to intense pressure he felt to solve the Surrey 6 case, clouding his judgment, according to court documents. Now, after the affair with Jane Doe was revealed, Brassington was so distraught, a colleague took away his service weapon out of concern, but he remained on the job. During one 3-month stretch working with one of the shooting suspects, Person X, Brassington worked 395 hours of overtime. He described the process as having to sell his soul to the devil. In a character reference letter, Brassington's eldest, the devil, in a process as having to sell his soul to the devil. As having to sell his soul to the devil. In a character reference letter, Brassington's eldest brother described IHIT as a meat grinder. He said, quote, "I likened Derek and many members of IHIT in that era to thoroughbreds. The Rcmp were willing to ride them as hard as they could for as long as they could, but would shoot them without a thought if they tripped and broke a leg." In another character reference, Brassington's ex-wife said, quote, "I strongly believe Derek was doing his job, his best job during the Series 6 investigation, and he was doing it well. Unfortunately, the RCMP management was not doing theirs. We have reached out to the RCMP and to IHIT for comment on the explosive details revealed in the court documents. We are waiting for a response. In the court documents, we are waiting for a response. In the court documents, we are waiting for a response."
Not even a paper statement. Couldn't even go that far. Oof. I do feel for these officers because I you know, that's the way that it is. You know, obviously they succumb to their carnal greed and sexual desires. But the RCMP puts that system in place that, of course, no problem. You can do that. No oversight here. Don't worry about it. We'll get you off if anybody ever finds out. Newly released court documents reveal details, except if they find out you're going under the bus. Don't worry about the people who were overseeing that. That's okay. I'm just reading what's written. Okay? It's public knowledge. Newly released court documents reveal the details of about the case of former RCMP officer who admitted to having a sexual affair with a witness in the investigation of the Surrey 6 murder. Documents say Derek Brassington, who was an up-and-coming officer of the Integrated Homicide Unit, IHIT, was suffering post-traumatic stress disorder and severe anxiety due to the intense pressure he felt to solve high-profile case. These factors clouded his judgment, according to court documents, and when he came into contact with a female witness, despite desperate for support, the two had an intense affair. And you see, it's a messy thing. You can't point your fingers at just obviously Brassington. This was permitted. This is condoned. Condoned? So it's permitted. It's allowed. Just don't worry about it. It's almost embraced. Brassington received little in the way of formal help to cope with the stress of the job, documents allege. At one point after the affair was revealed, he was so distraught that a colleague took away his service weapon out of concern. But Brassington remained on the job. Global has requested comment from the RCMP in both IHIT. Oh, that would be who? Yeah. Lots of bad stuff. I agree. There is a lot of bad stuff going on there. Oh, great. Canada. Yum. Want my underwear back.
Ex-RCMP Sergeant. In a loud and confident voice, ex-RCMP Sergeant Derek Brassington pleaded guilty to breach of trust and obstructing justice by compromising the safety and integrity of a witness during the Surrey 6 investigation. Brassington was an investigator assigned to the deadliest gangland shooting in BC history. 6 people, including 2 innocent bystanders, gunned down inside Surrey's Balmoral Tower in October 2007. Brassington was one of 4 Mounties charged in June of 2011. In court Friday, Brassington appeared emotional, wiping his eyes and staring towards the floor. There remains a sweeping publication ban on this case. We cannot report the details heard in court or even the range of sentence suggested by Crown and defense. We can tell you the judge has agreed to impose a sentence of 2 years less a day to be details heard in court. Sweeping publication ban on this case. We a sweeping publication ban on this case. We cannot report the details heard in court or even the range of sentence suggested by Crown and defense. We can tell you the judge has agreed to impose a sentence of 2 years less a day to be served in the community. Brassington has house arrest from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. except to pick up his kids. He has to pay $10,000 in restitution to the Receiver General of Canada, and he has to do 100 hours of community service. We do know from past reporting that Brassington was a Mountie for 13 years. In May of 2013, he quit the force after being charged in an unrelated shoplifting case. For that, he apologized and received a condition. He quit the force after being charged in an unrelated shoplifting case. For that, he apologized and received a conditional discharge.
Oh my. Then they're sitting there in court and fighting to keep those details, of course, from you. Kind of like, I don't know, Sharpies? In a character reference, Brassington's eldest brother described IHIT as a meat grinder. I liken Derek and many members of IHIT that era to thoroughbreds, the letter reads. The RCMP were willing to ride them as hard as they could. Yeah, I don't like the reference, but anyway. Ride them as hard as they could for as long as they could, and then would shoot them without a thought if they tripped and broke a leg. The documents describe Brassington as a respected officer with a gift of interrogating witnesses. On October 4th, 2007, Robert Zinski died in police custody. Brassington was named lead investigator on that case. Days after Zinski's death, the Surrey 6 shootings, which is, that's an interesting one. Surrey 6, the largest gang-related mass murder in BC history, took place. Bigger puzzles. And Brassington was asked to be lead on both high-profile cases. In addition, he and his team were called out to new homicide investigations. Quote, he was under tremendous pressure within the RCMP to preserve and restore the public image of the force through the investigation. The public image, he was. Why is there public image in the toilet, do you ask? Do you need to ask? Because they keep fucking up, that's why. And then they're like, we need good things to say to people. Trust and accountability is important to us. How do you feel that people don't trust you anymore? Trust and accountability is important. The document said the Surrey 6 case relied heavily on cultivating and interrogating witnesses. Skills were considered Brassington's strengths. According to court documents, Brassington was tasked with maintaining a relationship with key witnesses, despite not having trained in witness protection work. Like Dorrington, overseeing the witness program down on the East Coast, having sex with the very people he's tasked to protect. RCMP devised a, quote, moving witness strategy that aimed to garner the trust of witnesses and encourage them to leave gang life. Not quite sure how that's supposed to do it with your penis, but anyway, moving along. In doing so, the RCMP officer would fulfill the role of the gang played, offering friendship, support, and help to get them set up in a new way of life where they would succeed. Offer them a nice coffee. Brassington was told to do everything that he could to earn the trust of witnesses. Everything. Do you see? Do you see? He was told. He was told not to dress, speak, or act like a cop. You know, like those white cars and things. Quote, he assumed a persona of a gangster with no training on covert operations. Why do we have police officers acting like criminals? Not just acting, being criminals. There's no line. It's certainly not thin and blue. It's very fuzzy and just basically seems to be the same. A letter from a psychologist said Brassington's decision-making ability was negatively affected as he, quote, developed some empathy for individuals associated with gang culture. Do you see? It just gets really fuzzy. You don't know what you are. Are you a cop? Are you a gangster? Are you a sex fiend? Are you trading in your 40 for 220s? What are you doing here? Are you defrauding, stealing, lying? God, do nasty things. But we have a system that's built to do this. It actually does it all the time. Mr. Big operations, all of the undercover garbage. You want something out of your town? Pretty easy. You'll run it out of your town. You want to act and play along with them? Then you do that. But we'll get there too. There's an article missing from my thing. He was asked to approach someone associated with Surrey 6 case identified in the court documents as Person X, who was described as a person who, quote, had total contempt for the law and believed that violence and murder was acceptable means to an end. You know, just go and be friends with that guy. No. Meet him out back at the school. Working with Person X, Brassington had to alter, quote, alter his personality to become someone with a value system with which Person X could identify. Would that not really fuck with one's mind? Please go and be a criminal. Brassington described the process of having to sell his soul to the devil. Remember how I said that? Sell his soul to the devil? You got to sell your soul. Who told him that? The very people who have already sold their souls. Quite literally. During the 3-month stretch working with Person X, Brassington worked 595 hours of overtime, according to the documents. While working with Person X, he was asked to approach a woman identified in the documents simply as Jane Doe. You don't need to know. Brassington was tasked with relocating Doe to a new city. Brassington came close to Doe, became close to Doe, who was struggling with being alone. Didn't she make her choices? I know I made my choices. You don't boo-hoo about the choices you make. You just stand up like a man and take it. Quote, on a personal level, he felt sorry for her. The document said, on a professional level, this is what he had been instructed to do. Eventually, their relationship became physical. Kind of like the name on that card. Casualty committing. Commission. Casualty commission. Yeah. You know. He had sex with the witness in cities across Canada in accommodations paid for by who? X. Big X here. You. While supposedly engaged in official witness management duties, according to the court document. Brassington, who admitted to being disconnected from reality. Yeah, please go be a criminal. Please go be a gangster. Sorry? What? Hopefully things have changed. Hoping. Fingers crossed. Fell in love with Doe and believed that they were going to be together after this case was resolved. Quote, you are the love of my life, and that will never change, she wrote her in an email. Quote, one day we will look back on the summer, and now, fall of 2009, gaze into each other's eyes. Remember, he's married. Married. Doing his official duties. Doing his official duties. Look into each other's eyes and be amazed at the wonder of it all and how we pulled through. People will stop inviting us to parties eventually because it's all we will talk about. I can't wait for that day. Brassington had occasionally told colleagues about his feelings of burnout, no doubt. In one meeting with Superintendent John Robin, he broke down in tears. What? What? In September 2009, he had another breakdown because you're taking people who are good people and turning them into criminals. Driving around in fucking... This is completely absurd. During a medical checkup, but the RCMP approved doctor, quote, dismissed his concerns and told him to wait it out until the end of the trial and it would all be over. Don't worry, you'll get a slap on the wrist. It's okay. You can go away. And as soon as you're done, you're not our problem. Because we threw you under the bus after you sold your soul. And we made you, basically. After his superiors found out about the affair, he broke down while talking to Staff Sergeant Al Ross, who removed Brassington's service weapon out of concern. Quote, despite this, he remained on the job of being paid, the document said. Brassington pleaded guilty in January to breach of trust and obstructing justice, quote, by compromising the safety and integrity of a witness. There's not even really something you can put in there. I don't know. Do you call that integrity? He compromised something. Underwear. During the investigation, quote, instead of restoring public trust and faith in the RCMP, I killed it, Brassington said during a tearful apology. I made it 1,000 times worse. They caused you and put you in that position to do that, right? By what I did. I don't envy the position of this person. I have gone through cases in the past of officers where it's just like, what do you say? I don't know. But I certainly don't think that good things were going down, and people were in charge of that, in charge of him, and they were pushing him to do this by all outward appearances, turning a blind eye at the very least. Blind eyes aren't very good. I made it 1,000 times worse by what I did. I'm sorry to everyone in this country that loves police. And as a dad, I should not have done this. As a husband, I should not have done this. As a cop, I should not have done this. People close to Brassington say he was let down by the RCMP. Yeah. Go sell your soul and we won't be with you. That's integrity. IHIT was severely short-staffed and suffered from instability in leadership. And did nothing to help Brassington despite obvious signs of distress. The court documents said. Who was in charge in leadership? In a character reference letter, his ex-wife, usually the one who kind of want to take you down, said she believed her marriage to Brassington ended, quote, not due to the affair, but due to the immense pressure that the RCMP and IHIT put on Derek to perform. Not due to the affair. But because of the RCMP and IHIT. And they broke him. And then they threw him away. It's tragic. This shit is tragic, man. Quote, I strongly believe Derek was doing his job during the Surrey 6 investigations, and he was doing it well. Unfortunately, the RCMP management, white shirts, was not doing theirs. Let's see, notice the promotion, too. Uh-oh. Let's go to the next one. Now, the date is important to note. Why? We don't have a direct reference to Mr. Robin, but I believe that he was in charge during this. Believe. So I don't want to be disparaging. However, the dates do seem to line up. IHIT's lower mainland, by and large. And, you know, the lower mainland migrated. And there seems to be possibly a relationship between Mr. Robin and somebody else. But somebody else down there. Murder case derailed after BC judge rules police ignored evidence handling rules. I did that blind eye again. Oops, sorry about that. April 10th, 2021. Almost a year. I don't wish to be. Samandeep Singh Gill is a free man. After almost 3 years in jail awaiting trial, Gill has been acquitted on charges of second-degree murder and attempted murder in connection with shooting involved a newlywed Surrey couple a decade ago. The shock decision came after BC Supreme Court judge ruled that the investigators and the integrated homicide team, oh, there they go again, had disregarded Canadian law on handling key pieces of evidence despite legal advice. Hello? They were told, you're breaking the law. Oh, well, that's okay. Don't worry about it. The court heard that the decision was deliberate policy on the part of IHIT, raising concerns about what? Hundreds of other homicide cases. Uh-oh. Quote, I've been practicing criminal law in BC for over 20 years. And all I can say, and I can say without exaggeration, I have never seen anything like this before. Gill's lawyer, Matthew Nathanson, told Global News. Hundreds. You see, that's what's in jeopardy. Hundreds of other IHIT cases. 30-year-old Manbir Kajla, and the love of his life had just been married on the morning of April 27, 2011. Same night, his bride watched in horror as her husband was hit with a barrage of bullets, killed following a road rage incident in Surrey. The couple was innocent. The incident was not gang-related or drug-related. The bride cannot be named because of a publication ban. I'm not sure why we're having this. I think this would be good, despite the ad. Let's get rid of that. Good day, Loretta. Sue Mandeep. Thank you. Thanks, Binks. Okay, so I can skip that now. We can do this. I can do this.
Former BC Attorney General and Judge Wally Opal says Section 490 is somewhat extraordinary in that it allows officers to seize personal items as evidence before any charges are laid.
But that doesn't mean that the police can go there and seize any and all items that are within their vision. And they often do that.
He says it's up to the courts to ensure that the police follow the law.
And that the rights of innocent people are protected. And the courts need to do that.
They must follow Section 490.
And it isn't new. It's been law for 36 years, says criminal attorney Ravi Hira.
If an agency deliberately elects, not to engage in that which is required by the law, in my opinion, that investigative agency is playing Russian roulette with evidence.
So what could a deliberate breach mean for other similar criminal cases? On that, opinions vary. Hira says cases still under appeal could use the new information to strengthen their argument.
However, if there is no appeal and the conviction is done, i.e. happened years ago, the change in the law is not available.
I expect that there may be other defense counsel, now that this ruling has become public, that may want to ask some searching questions of the police through the Crown as to whether this policy applied to their clients' cases and to potentially seek a remedy.
In a statement, a Crown spokesperson told Global News, I can confirm the BC Prosecution Service is reviewing this ruling carefully. A final decision regarding the next steps has not yet been made. We reached out to all levels of the RCMP, including national headquarters in Ottawa, to request an interview, but we did not get one in time for this story. By email, the acting boss of the homicide team said, I can confirm that IHIT has since taken steps to ensure our investigative standards and actions align with and are compliant with Section 490. She goes on to say they're working with the prosecution service on how to move forward.
I can't talk about police perception, but these are not guidelines. This is the law.
Jordan Armstrong, Global News.
Oh, God, we have Wally in there. Wally's part of the bigger picture. we'll get to him another day. Hundreds of cases. Moving along. The couple was innocent. The incident was not gang or drug related. The bride cannot be named because of the publication ban. The shooter fled the scene. 7 years, painful years, passed the victim's family before an explosive announcement by the Rcmp in May 2018. Explosion. Quote, this case spanned over 7 years, and it may not always have appeared to be moving forward. It ought to have been. I hope the news of charges brings some semblance of peace. I know some 23 families that want some peace. Superintendent Ward Limburner of the Provincial Unsolved Homicide Unit. Is that where Berger went? Probably something like that. Superintendent Berger. Lee Bergerman. Picton. Gill was charged in 2018, but the murder case crumbled after evidence crucial to the Crown's case was thrown out last month. Alleged audio of the shooting captured on a cell phone seized by police in Gill's home was deemed inadmissible. Quote, basically, the police threw out the rule book. Sound familiar? Nathanson said. A systemic, I hate that word, but policy went to the top of IHIT, of basically flouting the law, of deliberately disregarding the law. Top of IHIT. In what appears to be almost all of their cases across the board were a matter of years. According to the audio court proceedings from March 2nd, 2021, an IHIT officer, only referred to as Sergeant Ross, was advised by Senior Justice of the Peace 2007 that there was virtually no compliance by officers to a requirement under the Canadian law that they may seek extension orders to hold evidence beyond an initial 90-day period after seizure. Later that year, Sergeant Ross was advised by Senior Crown that this Section 490 of the Criminal Code is clear on the seizure and detention. There's no latitude for covert police white car operations. Why are we doing this again? In the summer and fall of 2007, Sergeant Ross was advised by a second Senior Crown that he could not advise police to ignore the legislation. Not once, but twice. You're breaking the law. Sergeant Ross was also told by a senior lawyer for the Mounties that the RCMP could not advise police to ignore the legislation. Why are you shopping people for their opinions? 1, 2, 3, out. But we want somebody to say this is okay. Why is it not okay? We want to break the law. In January 2008, Sergeant Ross conducted an audit of 24 random homicide files under the conduct of the Surrey office of IHIT. He found 21 of the 24 files were in non-compliance. 21 of 24. I was trying to do some percentages the other day with a young man I'm trying to help. You know what that percentage is? My, oh my. Non-compliance. Sergeant Ross then distributed a memo reminding all members of the IHIT the requirement to comply. IHIT Superintendent Wayne Rideout was also notified. Okay, good. The police cannot do this, said Nathanson. The law is clear. The police have to comply with it. And they were told that in no uncertain terms. In Justice David Mashora's reasons for judgment from March 2nd, 2021, court evidence revealed Sergeant, Gorgachuk testimony indicates there were more likely hundreds of files impacted by the blanket non-compliance policy when in effect between 2007 and 2014. You following? Somebody was at the helm during that time for part of it and then moved along. Despite IHIT dumping the directive and got promoted. In 2014, the practice of holding evidence beyond 90 days without additional court ordered continued. Evidence in Gill's case was held for nearly 7 years unlawfully, the judge said. The IHIT policy of noncompliance amounts to systemic, flagrant disregard of charter-protected rights. I find that IHIT was at best willfully blind to the charter implications of the policy, Justice Mashura said. Oh, God. These are the people you want investigating homicides. Quote, the fact is that police, in this case, sought and received legal advice that explicitly deemed compliance mandatory, makes these actions egregious, concluded the judge. The mandatory provisions of the criminal code enacted by Parliament are not a loophole. Those are the rules, Nathanson said. They're the rules the police have to comply with. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as part of our Constitution, which is about as enforceable, sadly. I mean, in America, it really does have power. Not so much in Canada. As part of our Constitution, it's still not totally worthless, but it doesn't have the power like it does in the United States. Thanks, Pierre. That's not a loophole. It's the same with property rights, you fucking douche. That's not a loophole. That is a document that protects the rights of all Canadians, and the court's ruling in this case is an affirmation of how important it is that the police abide by those constitutional parameters and respect the people's constitutional rights. But does anybody seem to care? Hundreds Well, the glaring question of is how many homicide cases are potentially in legal jeopardy because of what the judge described as IHIT's former policy on non-compliance with the law. So it sounds like it's been cleaned up, maybe since 2014, maybe. But has people been auditing anything from 2014 on? Or did we just go to 2014 and then call it a day? And now we've got hundreds of cases under the leadership, in part, during one person's tenure, that are in jeopardy of being thrown out. Uh-oh. Lots of hundreds of murderers walking around on the streets. That's great. Thanks for coming out. Glad you wasted my money. I want my underwear. Your chat disappeared. I can see you. I can see you, but I'm using a different program. And I can see you, but I'm not using... there's comments disappearing. I took a picture of it the other day when I was streaming, and I was on the phone with somebody. And somebody said 100% to somebody else's comment. And I was like, what did they say? Because I was watching the comments, trying to get a read for what you guys saw, because it's really important for me, and also gauge the waters as to what everybody, family, and people in this, in our extended family feel safe talking about, you know, without triggering people. And not that I like that word particularly, but I scrolled back in the messages, couldn't find what that person was talking about. And it was pointed out to me by the person on the phone, because they're like, oh yeah, it's right here. And I'm like, no, there's nothing there. Nice. Thanks for coming out. Fucking YouTube. But this is how they deal with it. You know, one day when we get smart, mark my words, it's a ways down the way. When we get smart, this tech shit, we're going to throw it all away. We will, because it's horrible. It's doing horrible things to our society, to all of us. Global news and our kids. Ooh. Global news reached out on all levels of the Rcmp, including national headquarters, to do an interview, but no one was available by deadline. That just means they didn't want to answer. They got lots of people, strategic communications, blah, blah, blah. And all of them, generally, that's not a new one, are former media. One day I'll go through and I'll rip into the media part component of it, because there's some very interesting people that have been promoted. Came to some very powerful positions and recommended certain people to go very powerful places. Anyway, moving along. In a statement, acting officer in charge of IHIT, Inspector Michelle Tennessee, said, quote, I can confirm that IHIT has since taken steps to ensure the investigative standards and actions align and are compliant with Section 490 of the Criminal Code. She added IHIT was working on the BC Prosecution Service how to move forward. In a statement, BC Prosecution Service spokesperson Daniel McLaughlin said Crown was reviewing the decision carefully and had yet to make decision about about next steps. I can see hundreds of appeals being launched. That's going to cost us tens of millions, if not more, of dollars, and criminals going free. Thanks for coming out. But don't worry about those rules. The corruption within the Rcmp and our government is beyond it's it boggles my mind. It's so bad. I can't keep up. There's no way. And there's somebody who's very helpful in the background who's very familiar with lots of this. And I said to them today, I was like, you know, they just know them. They prattle them off. They're like, oh, look over here, look over here, look over here. And I'm like, you know this stuff really well. I don't deal with this area. My kind of fortes in other areas, I'm familiar with some, but it overloads me when you drop like tons on me. But that's the problem. There's tons. Toronto Star. Rcmp study. Thanks for the study. Finds hundreds of cases of corruption in the Mounties. Wow. That's a shocker. This is an older article. Yes. Do you think this changes? No. Because they just keep going along and aren't available for comment. Blah, blah, blah. They just ignore all the recommendations that ever come down. This is such a fucking fraud. Fraud! Because nobody's held to account. You just get promoted. Studying themselves. There you go. Kind of like the shit. Kind of like what's going on down there, all around. I'm sorry if I'm bursting people's bubbles. I'm not discouraging anybody from going out and making your testimony and applying for, or those of you who have applied for standings. I heard a very, very disturbing item the other day. It was communicated to me by a family member that the Mass Casualty Commission has chosen, hopefully this is wrong, hopefully it just turns out to be some mistake on their end, as in it was most assuredly communicated to them, but I'm hoping that maybe in their infinite wisdom they miscommunicated it to this family member, that they will be handpicking who will take standing for the families. Not all families will be allowed to participate. Excuse me? I have a feeling I know some people that might participate in that sham, because they're not going to necessarily ask questions. Maybe, just maybe. Heard it here first. Yeah, what the fuck? Some people don't want skeletons. That's understandable. I get that. But truth is truth. And everybody should have their say. Some people want to ask questions. Some people aren't there in their grief. And some people, persons may never be there because they don't want to be there. Right? They're going to be handy to have around at that commission because they're not really going to ask anything. Not going to identify anybody by name. Their shit is really transparent. Like, I can see through it. Hopefully other people are beginning to. Ottawa. Oh, I've been selected. You can fuck right off with that. Here, give me one moment. Gotta do. Ah, there's the other article I want to read. We'll start with this one. What? Why? No, I didn't do that. Can I add it? There we go. I'll do this. Okay. Ottawa, an internal RCMP. Thanks for that. Is your room dirty? Yeah, I looked at my room. It wasn't dirty. Okay. Yeah. Study found 322 incidents of corruption within the National Police Force over an 11-year period. Well, I think that's probably low. Including dozens of examples involving organized crime. Some family might be influenced by others. You guys got it. You guys are seeing it. Does my heart well. Improperly giving out police information was most common type of corruption behavior, followed by fraud, misuse of police officer status, theft, and interference with judicial process. I just, what was the case down there recently, last year? Oh, there was a few down in your guys' neck of the woods. There's the DUI where the judge went after the officer for lying, falsifying stuff. He's like, I'm not actually going to grant that warrant because I know you think we just rubber stamp over here, but no, you can't do that. Improperly giving out police, RCMP undertook the study. Is your room clean? Yeah, it is, Dad. Okay. Undertook the study dubbed Project Sanction. Thanks for that. Project Douche. To help identify trends with a view of developing an anti-corruption strategy. Oh, more boondoggles for more letters. Dirt. ABCD. We've got a task force. You got to have bad cab or something. Bad cab. That's how you write tests. It sounds good. And there's lots of people who run around and don't do anything at the top end and then destroy their own members. Glenassoon. Yes. Glenassoon. Wretched. I'm not even touching that one now. It was apparent that many of the incidents identified in this study were a result of poor guidance. Where does guidance come from? Lack of adequate supervision. Where does that come from? Or a combination of life's pressures culminated in a desperate decision. Sounds like leadership. Problems. No, just give them a promotion. Don't worry about it. Let's steal some pension funds. Okay. The study covering documented cases from January 1st, 95. I wish that's a good series of videos. I know I named it appropriately, so you can go back and find it. There's lots of good stuff. Always in the older videos. Just they do take a long time to watch. The study covering documented cases from January 1st, 95 through till December 31st, 2005 was completed in 2007, but only recently released to the Canadian press under an Access to Information Act. So they don't want you to know that they actually did a study to go and set up more task force groups because they're totally fucked. Do you see what they do? It's just make work projects. They encourage the corruption. They encourage all of this bullshit. They break their members. They hide it. Jeopardize God knows how many people's lives, how many people have been literally murdered because of their shit. Lives and families have been destroyed. Members have been destroyed. So that they can just keep fucking doing the same thing, but then they want to hide it so that then they can go and set up more make work projects, bad cab organizations in such IHITs, CFSEUs, whatever you get on, whatever makes their boat rock that day. And then they hire friends, promote them. And the worse that you get, the more you sell your soul. Hey, the higher you go. The RCMP say that since adopted many many, why do you not do all? And what does that really mean? What is many of the report's recommendations? Adding, there's no evidence that corruption has a significant issue in its ranks. Really? I don't know. Yeah. Doesn't fall from the sky. Comes certain places. But never mind about that. What is it? Fell into my lap, something? I don't know. Anyway, moving along. Or, something like this. The existence of O drives. On or about April 2020, I became informed that senior RCMP management maintained a secret computer drive categorized as an O drive. On April 30th, I submitted RCMP Assistant Commissioner Eric Stubbs an email message detailing this information, which in part was Exhibit R. This is from a very major case going out on the, of course, West Coast. Quote, I was informed by a reliable source that in February 2020 training program, a National Commanding Officer, NCO, acknowledged to a group of approximately 30 members that NCOs and senior members of management utilized secure O drives on the computer network system to communicate covertly about employees. Copied in my message to Stubbs was Shirley Heafy, formerly chair of the RCMP Public Complaints Commission. The person who's overseeing it. In response to my message to Stubbs, Heafy submitted me a message detailing her knowledge of a secret RCMP senior management controlled computer drive, which stated in part as follows. What you have said in this latest message, secret O drives used by RCMP leadership, has existed for a long time and continues to this day, no doubt. I inadvertently, accidentally, became aware of the existence of this drive used by leadership when I conducted an oversight of the RCMP for 10 years. I am not sure if they called it the O drive back then when Zach was commissioner. Zacharaldi. I'm probably going to get corrected on my pronunciation again. But existed for sure. No surprise that the RCMP leadership have a way of hiding responsibility for its failures, as well as having a tool to harass members who might decide to expose their leadership failures. Ortiz is friends with Paulson, and Paulson is dirt. He was a liar, and he was busted in his initial interview lying about essentially what equates to criminal convictions. Court-martialed, out from the Canadian Armed Forces. And he lied about it. in his interview. Oh, no. I was a great person in the military. They loved me. And they busted him. And you know where he went? Oh, yeah, that's right. Straight to the top. And Ortiz is his friend. Cameron. Oh, Cam. First name basis. Drinking buddies. This stuff is ass, man. Total of 204 regular members were involved in the 322 incidents of corruption, with the study characterizing the, quote, nature and gravity of the episodes relatively moderate. Isn't that all in the eye of the beholder? Wonder who is beholding this. Oh, that's right. Did you clean up your room? Oh, the RCMP. The shit. The mass casualty. Many cases of improperly sharing police information involve misuse of confidential details in police databanks, sometimes to family, friends, or known criminals. When? Don't worry, you can just go out and leave and it's paid. Fraud cases often included doctor dispense claims so you can fly around the country and follow your penis, etc. Or abuse of government credit cards. Examples of interference were ticket fixing, perjury, falsification. What? Falsifying evidence or protection of illegal activities. Yum. Because, you know, you can't really figure it out if it's black or white, good or bad, because it's all the same. 12 incidents involved organized crime. Another 20 included officer dealings with known criminals. Where are they today? Probably on leave. Maybe taking 699. The RCMP can and should be doing more in terms of the risk reduction strategy. The report concluded, left unaddressed, the corruption can fester and affect the vast majority of honest employees. Yeah, good. Let's just infect them. Let's have them all going down the shitty path. But I want that promotion. You got to sell your soul. And you think that they're going to tell you the truth, even in the secret hidden documents that you have to ATIP after they've investigated themselves? The answer to that would be no. In that there's potential for less public cooperation on an operational level. In addition, employees may see a lack of action as a sign of management, which does not take the corrupt behavior seriously. Who is that again? Oh, that's right. White shirts. The good white shirts I've showed in the past that do something about it, they're gone. They'll actually even just put out a little show. That's sick. They'll put out like a little show publicly. You know, oh, we love you. You uncovered all this corruption, and then under the bus when it's out of the public eye. Oh my, these people are evil. Evil to the core. Got a green lighter here. O'Dry's conspiracy theory. You experience Stickum notes differently. Ask Admiral Norman. Not conspiracy theory. Those are filed documents in court. Absolutely and 100% true. I know you're not. You know that I'm not conspiracy. Everything I state is fact, and if I don't know it for sure, I will say it is my belief. But that most certainly is fact. What do you think's on those O drives? You think, I don't know, something. Where is it? I closed it, for fuck's sake. You think destruction of evidence, all the nice little dirty things. The little investigation that good people did, do you think those go onto the O drives? Considering Nova Scotia, you're goddamn right they do. The report added, it's clear that the risk of not making proactive changes to address the incidence of corruption can have grave consequences. Really? This is like people who don't discipline their children at all. They're like, oh yeah, I can't do anything. Okay. We know where that goes. The study made recommendations on recruiting new members, ethics training. Okay, you see? What is this? Make work projects. Ethics training, more make work projects. Employee evaluation, let's hire somebody to do that. Security clearances, we need a new department. And identifying officers at risk of corrupt behavior. Well, that's probably just people who talk out. You're going under the bus. Since the report, the RCMP have taken a number of actions in support. Why don't you tell us what they did and give us names? Let's see it. Don't believe it. Don't believe you when you say anything because you fucking lie. That's what you do. That's what you're good at. And you take my money. You take all of our money. Oh my. Be careful about. Are full of CP. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't even want to touch things in there. Have before. Most certainly. That's probably deleted. I bet you. Gotta watch what you say. Since a report of a number of actions to support and encourage ethical behaviors, said who? Corporal David Falls, an RCMP spokesman. Do you see? This is the only person who's going to talk. It's not some independent body. Because nothing's independent. All the same. Yeah, we did something. We cleaned it. We said that we were going to clean up our room, and now we're going to tell you we cleaned up our room. Just trust us. The recruitment process is, quote, much more exhaustive. What the fuck does that mean? Than it was in 2007. Very interesting because now they've actually lowered the standards. Lucky is into this. Not even going to touch that today. Oh, we need to make it easier to come into the force. Uh-oh. You're already having enough problems as it is. You see, this is like a whole system built to destroy itself. Than it was in 2007, Falls said, citing a list of exam interviews and testing procedures that have been extremely effective in screening out a high proportion of applicants who do not reflect the core values of the RCMP. Can you spell rarity? We can't have that. That's just too racist. What? The new test is, who God knows. Those mats are racist. It's a great quote from Lucky. She can't even answer it. She's like, well, the mat being racist. On the test. Oh my. The RCMP also points to measures including a more rigorous promotion process. Yes, we've already been through how you get promoted. Regular employee evaluations and security briefings. More ethics training, conflict, directive. Please be criminals. And if you struggle with that one, because you have a conscience, well, you go under the bus. Yeah. Todd's got a wicked sense of humor. A proposed new code of conduct. When? Who's going to write that? How much is that going to cost us? A plan of formally recognizing professionalism and integrity. They throw around the words that they don't mean anything. In fact, it means bizarro world, the exact opposite. Oh, this is unfortunate. I'm looking for something particular. I don't know what's going on outside. Who owns that? Probably all run by the same people. No, it wasn't gender. It was racist. It was racist. The mats were from the test. The physical test. The RCMP, the mats became racist. Right. And when challenged on it, she's like, I can't really answer that. Please, I'll defer to my black counterpart. They can answer that for me. Wow, that's not racist at all. No. Sad. We're all one and the same. Quote from somewhere. Okay, I want to read this article also, but I want to take a break because I've had a little bit of coffee, and probably you guys need a tea break and coffee. I'm going to play. Why don't we play? Oh, excuse me. We can all watch it together. 3-minute, 56-second break. 56-second break. Okay, 3 minutes. Be back.
Keep in mind that RCMP claimed there was only the one suspect. How can there be exchange of gunfire if no RCMPs fired their rifles? Sarah Ritchie claims that Global News cannot report on information that is not corroborated by RCMP, but it has been told directly from Chris Leather there was an exchange of gunfire on the evening of the 18th.
I can't tell you exactly what location because I'm not sure, but at one point during the course of the evening there was an exchange of gunfire.
She reports that RCMP said that none of their officers fired any shots that evening.
RCMP say none of their officers fired any shots in Portapique that night.
There was an exchange of gunfire.
Sarah Ritchie's interview with Laurie George.
That's because Laurie George was able to drive right past Portapique Beach Road on Highway 2 twice. And he told me he and his brother-in-law heard gunshots right around that time.
We heard 4 gunshots that were of smaller caliber back to back, like bang, 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 and then a few seconds pause, and then it sounded like a shotgun blast. But at that time, we had no idea about any shooter. Like, we never even thought of anybody shooting anything or shooting at people or anything like that. But that would have been close to 10:45.
I asked him why he thought it was gunshots.
I had many years with the volunteer fire service. My first initial thought was, could be ammunition going off because of the cottages. But after you heard them, they were too... There's a distinctive sound when ammunition goes off in a house fire. It sounds completely different.
RCMP say none of their officers fired any shots in Portapique that night.
Of the evening, there was an exchange of gunfire.
These are statements that the mainstream media does not seem to want to report on, or ask the hard questions to the RCMP. Let's take a listen to what witnesses have said. A witness from 5 Houses Road heard gunshots at around 11:30 p.m. and midnight, again at around 2:30 a.m. From RCMP recordings, an officer hears a bang at 1 a.m.
Was that just from the fire? That bang?
At 1 a.m. the fire should not be causing loud bangs. Clinton Ellison heard gunshots at 2:18 a.m. This is from RCMP recording stating Clinton heard a gunshot.
Name.
Clinton, he heard a gunshot.
Also from earlier in the evening, Clinton had this to say.
I mean, you were lying there. Did you hear anything? Did you see anything?
Gunshots, laying there for hours. All I could hear was explosions from the fires and gunshots coming from all around me. Yeah.
I can't tell you exactly what location because I'm not sure, but at one point during the course of the evening, there was an exchange of gunfire.
RCMP say none of their officers fired any shots in Portapique that night.
I can't tell you exactly what location because I'm not sure, but at one point during the course of the evening, there was an exchange of gunfire.
Now ask yourself why the media does not question these conflicting statements but just keep reporting on RCMP's theories. The RCMP have shown they are not being truthful. The media has to stop following the RCMP's thin blue line.
Excellent. Yes. Oh, what's going on?
Things you should
No, whatever that is can go away. Yeah, no, multiple statements. I definitely have heard from witnesses down there, and I know for sure that comment always triggered me. It's the same as like the badge one that's bothered me for a long time. Nobody seems to address that one. I don't know. You know, and the media, of course, is getting paid. Getting paid. I hear Sarah said something about us being friends. That's news. I personally have no disdain for this woman other than the fact if you want to tell the truth, I think that would be great. Personally, I have no ill feelings towards anybody. I just don't like people who don't tell the truth. Don't care. Don't sell your soul. We're all good people, hopefully, at the end of the day. PTSD. Conscience eats you up. Now, let's see, where were we? We're all back here. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Good person. Good Son of God. I won't touch that because that makes people upset. It's a bad word. Anyway. Undercover Mountie. I don't know if I linked this one. I will link it. What am I looking for here? Later. Illustrates some of the bigger picture and kind of the way things work. Undercover Mountie. Bob Stenhouse was a cop's cop until he broke the code and blew the whistle on the RCMP. November 26, 2001. Yes, it's an older article, but it's an important article. It's very illustrative of what all we're talking about here and does get into some of this bigger stuff. Bob Stenhouse was a cop's cop until he broke the code and blew the whistle on the RCMP. Cover. Robert Shepard, I believe. Yeah, this is McLean's, I believe it appeared in. Mountie honor comes in many forms. At the top of the heap is regimental pride, the sometimes starchy, red-suited kind that makes its nod to history and can put the RCMP on a pedestal when compared to other police. Really? I think we're getting just, I'm trying to give you a little glimmer here. Little glimmer. I got lots of cases more where that came from. Love to touch some of the sexual abuse going on. Then there is what psychologists call the, quote, inner badge, a personal, somewhat exaggerated code of right and wrong that can set individual officers apart from and embolden some to even stand up to even their own organization. Heroes. To those who knew him, Bob Stenhouse has an inner badge, polished to a fine hue. He's a strong-willed, dedicated, honest to a fault. Wow! I like this quality specifically above all of his other well-meaning characteristics. Honest to a fault. Balls and word, that's all you got in this world. Honesty. That's what you call honesty. Talk to him for even a short while or visit the Mountie room in his modest Edmonton bungalow. The guest room with its walls festooned with regimental memorabilia and accommodations. Oh, gosh. Hopefully they don't come and burn that. Gray. Halifax. Weighing uniforms. Gray. Is Gray married to anybody? Moving along. And it's clear he has other stuff as well. A potent mix. Bring it to a boil, and you'll get a rare officer in a culture marked for its conformity, an Rcmp whistleblower. He's not the only one. A week ago in an Ottawa hearing room, Corporal Robert Reed, 57, another veteran Mountie with 26 years on the force, went before a disciplinary board, charged, like Stenhouse, with disgraceful conduct and breach of oath for talking out of school. Can't say nothing. The two cases are not exactly alike. I apologize. It's not quite 100%. Reed, the fourth officer sent to investigate allegations that Chinese gangs had corrupted immigration officials at the Canadian Embassy in Hong Kong, became so angry after his findings were swept aside that he publicly charged senior officers with a cover-up. Hey, Riabo, how's it going? Long time. We have few fans. Ria's from the UK. Missing David Davidson here from Dover. Hope all is well over there with you, Ria. With a cover-up and released elements of an internal report to the media. Staff Sergeant Stenhouse, frustrated by years of trying to get intelligence officers and drug squads to work together against biker gangs, sent a batch of police policy documents to a Toronto journalist in the hope of starting a public debate. Frustrated. You're not doing anything, fine. I have to go and tell everybody. Reed was the first of the two whistleblowers to be suspended. Stenhouse was the first to go through the sausage machine. That is the RCMP's disciplinary process. A wretched process it is. Together, they may eventually set new standards for Mounties who go with their concerns. Oh no, we haven't got there, but we can aspire. Quote, some say police have a higher duty to keep confidential orders and respect orders. Confidential information and respect orders, observes David Yazbek, Reed's Ottawa lawyer, but the law imposes a variety of obligations on police. You can argue it's precisely because he's an officer that at the end of the day, his duties are to the public. Mind you, Higher duty is cold comfort when you force the force you served with distinction turns on you with very little in the way of compassion or understanding. Sound familiar in any of this story? If you are Bob Stenhouse, you hold on to that inner badge for all it's worth. It's all you got. Balls and word. It's something, not even the RCMP symbol, of all that is right and lawful can take away. I believe it. I try to live like this every day. Honesty is all that we've got. But this world is so corrupt. The question in Stenhouse's case, why would it want to? Stenhouse was one of the RCMP's shiniest stars. He joined the force in 1982, barely out of his teens, and fairly shot through the ranks. Staff sergeant while still in his 30s. Pretty impressive. A significant achievement. He garnered performance reviews that characterized him as outstanding or exceptional, of leadership caliber. This is how they referred to him themselves. Of leadership caliber. What's more, he earned his spurs the hard way on the streets. Stenhouse was one of the Mounties' top undercover specialists in Western Canada. He had the personality to befriend suspect murderers and get them to cough up their secrets. Once playing a mobbed-up tough guy, he tricked a small-time killer into showing where he stashed a body, deep in the bush in central British Columbia. Stenhouse also has the guts to wade into a bar full of bikers, his special target, and put them on notice. A cop's cop? He certainly looked the part. Big, raw-boned, soft-spoken. After receiving special assault training early on, he was part of a team that would be called out all hours anywhere in north-central Alberta, whenever someone was barricaded in a house with a rifle. Given the order, he was one of the guys who would storm the house. But it was not just his brawn or his courage that moved him through the ranks. A colleague called him one of the Mounties' foremost experts on undercover police work. Now, I've already voiced my disdain for I believe that this can't continue, but still, it's the point of the story. He also organized his own initiative, seminars for officers in outlying regions on how to deal with bikers. He had a knack for challenging his subordinates, his superiors. In the year and a half leading up to his suspension, he had confrontations with 3 senior officers about how to handle bikers. Though that didn't stop 2 of them from writing laudatory memos about Stenhouse, went through the process for promotion. His future looked bright. Spoke up and still, he was like, wow, this guy's good. In 1997, he quarterbacked one of the RCMP's very few successful investigations into the biker gang. Why is there always very few? I think there might be a reason for that. Of a biker gang called Project Kiss. It was an elaborate sting that went on for nearly a year and resulted in the conviction of 13 Edmonton bikers and the confiscation of $1 million in drug money. Then he did, by his own admission, a very stupid thing. In the spring of 1999, with his marriage crumbling and his job frustrations mounting, Stenhouse sent a package of RCMP policy documents to Toronto journalist Yves Levine. The package included letters from fellow officers criticizing the force's way of handling investigations into motorcycle gangs, then considered the RCMP's #1 law enforcement priority. Still is. You know, I don't know, CFSEU, Integrated Gang Task Force, IHIT. Because something comes out of it all. One was a memo Stenhouse himself had written, arguing for more coherent, targeted investigations into suspected gangs, instead of the turf-based system that divided the force into intelligence gatherers, right? I always talk about this intelligence thing. People think I'm on planet Z. Intelligence. This is all intelligence. Same thing's turned on all of you and me. And criminal investigators, and further divided the drug squad into units based on commodities such as marijuana and heroin, with the result that cops were chasing after small timers with drugs in their possession rather than focusing on the kingpins. Funny that. Yes. Another more contentious part of the package, it's not unreasonable to suggest such a thing, that intelligence at some level is involved. Is it? Certainly you wouldn't want to do this for a dead man. Another more contentious part of the package marked, quote, confidential and, quote, for police eyes only, included memos and minutes of meetings of the National Strategy Committee to combat law enforcement, outlaw motorcycle gangs, and policy making the group of the Canadian Associates of Chiefs of Police. Stenhouse and Levine had never met, but yet they talked on the phone several times. Stenhouse saw Levine as a friend of the police. He had written 3 books about the Hells Angels and spoken at police functions, and he felt Levine would use the documents as background, as an aid to understanding the frustration of frontline officers. Quote, it never crossed my mind that he would publish them the way he did. I know this one. Apologies about the noise. You gotta make sure everybody's all on the same page, publishing things. Anyway, when the memos hit the fan, the Mountie honored force him to fess up. I always ask everybody if I can use their stuff. Within hours of Levine's book, Hells Angels at War, hitting the stands October 99, Stenhouse sent emails to his superiors and fellow officers outlining what he had done. Quote, I didn't want someone else taking the blame for this. Stand-up guy. The internal rumor mill was already pinning the rap on someone else. Could have walked away, didn't. Close colleagues were shocked. So were his superiors. There may be consequences, they told him, but for the meantime, continue on. In this instance, oddly enough, that meant going forward as a candidate for management ranks. Then 3 months later, everything suddenly changed. Stenhouse was suspended from duty. That is still his status 2 years later. The RCMP has tried and failed twice to suspend him without pay, an extremely rare initiative. It also tried to charge him with a criminal offense, only to be told by the Alberta Justice Department there were no grounds. And earlier this spring, the force held a disciplinary hearing in Edmonton, one that went on for 10 days over a 7-week period. Interesting. Must have been COVID back then. Heard from almost 25 witnesses, and in the end, in very harsh and uncompromising term, ordered Bob Stenhouse dismissed. An order he is appealing more for the reasons of honor than anything else. There are two stories here, and sometimes they intertwine. One is the personal tale of a burned-out Mountie, the overcommitted officer whose life was the force. And these people's life is their lives. You know, what was it one guy said to me? Close, I consider him a friend. I haven't seen him a long time in chat or anything. I know he's still around, and I pray for him all the time. And his father was a Mountie. And he said, you know, if you don't have golf or your drinking buddies, you're going to re-enlist. You can't walk away. Even if you are drunk and you have golf, you'll still go back. It's a cult, almost. His words, not mine. But it becomes your life. Those are your friends. Those are your only friends. And the white shirts sit at a different table and don't talk to them. He'd married a Mountie. This is all part of it. They all intermarry, power couples, especially now since we have lots of females in RCMP. They all rise to positions of power. One hand washing the other, white shirts. He married a Mountie. All his close friends are police officers, and who lost sight, perhaps, of how to go about changing the institution he loved. There is also the story of the RCMP's failed attempt to get a handle on organized crime, particularly outlaw motorcycle gangs, the scourge of the 90s. Policy is even now spinning around 180 degrees towards a vision of policing that Stenhouse, among others, has been advocating, ironically, as the RCMP tries to drum him out of the force. How much do you think has changed? Part of that is due to changed circumstances. The new fight against international terrorism has forced the Mounties to combine their intelligence gatherers, Five Eyes, remember that. They are a Five Eyes organization, and criminal investigators into single targeted units aimed at specific groups. But even before the wheels were turning in that direction, quote, this is something that was talked about at a lot of different levels, says Don McDermott, the recently retired commissioner who headed the RCMP's Alberta operation. Quote, we were on the right track with Alberta, maybe not to the point that everybody was doing it, but you don't make a shift of that magnitude overnight. The RCMP is very slow in making any changes, if at all. From outside law enforcement, it's tempting to see the police as looking after their own. Thin blue line. They're not supposed to wear it, and yet on Bible Hill, they were. It isn't us and them, but it isn't. They think it is. They're built to do that. I need Tylenol, sorry. From outside law enforcement, it's tempting to see the police as looking after their own, either to close ranks in support or to root out with a vengeance those who are considered bad apples. The Stenhouse case is not so clear-cut. If anything, it shows the class divisions that bedevil the national force, divisions between what one officer half-jokingly, the cowboys on the front lines, and the admin weenies. What shirt color do you think they wear? One after another, officers who worked directly with Stenhouse, including long-serving investigators from his earlier posting in BC, appeared before a disciplinary hearing to sing his praises. Did the documents he passed along compromise police operations? Not at all, they said. Has the leak affected their ability to share information with other forces? No again. Quote, I found Bob to be a character person with the RCMP, a person with guts, said his former boss of the biker intelligence team, retired Staff Sergeant 𝙑𝙀𝙍𝙔. Quote, if he ever made an error in judgment, he would certainly get my forgiveness in a second. And I believe he should get that kind of forgiveness from the force. He's got some pretty powerful people stepping up to the plate for him, because he steps up the plate when somebody else is going to take the rap for what he did, which was speak the truth. On the opposite side, there were a handful of senior officers wearing what color shirts? Right. An Edmonton detachment, some of whom were directly or obliquely criticized in the Levine book. Their feelings were hurt. But their points were still valid. Stenhouse betrayed his colleagues. Some of these documents were clearly marked for police eyes only. But it didn't change anything. Didn't put anybody in harm's way. Some were from sister organizations, like the conspiracy theory. Could Caesars be involved? Meh. Sister organization, CSE, we got all kinds of wonderful things brewing around. Marked for police eyes only, a measure of interforce cooperation that was delicate at the best of times. How can we trust him again? Oddly enough, because he's a stand-up guy, the main antagonist in this drama was a non-Mountie, Toronto Police Chief Julian Fantino, a big Huffman who has headed 3 Southern Ontario forces. Fantino was also chairman of the Police Chief Strategy Committee against Outlaw Bikers, the group that came together in 1996, shortly after an 11-year-old bystander was killed during the long-ranging biker wars in Quebec. That was the Jeep bombing. When the RCMP, Rock Machine, when an RCMP investigator faxed him, of course, what color shirt do you think this guy wears? They should have a line that actually is not thin blue line, divides superiors from the officers. When an RCMP investigator faxed him sections from the Levine book in January 2000 and told him an internal inquiry was underway, Fantino blew his stack. It was apparently the first time he'd been aware of the leak. He fired off a hard-hitting letter the same day to Philip Murray, then commissioner of the RCMP, under a bold headline, "Deeds Speak," in quotes. Fantino called the leak one of the most corrupt acts. Really? I don't know how much. Again, I'm going to have to read some more, and perhaps I've got mountains on my hard drive that I could bring to Mr. Fantino. Wonder what he would say to that. One of the most corrupt acts he'd witnessed in 30 years of policing. Within days, Stenhouse was suspended, and for months after, in almost every internal report, the RCMP incorporated Fantino's views. Maybe Fantino had some personal tie to this story. Bikers, of course, have bedeviled the police for years. Funny that. Since the National Strategy Group was formed, the largest of these gangs, the Hells Angels, has moved into every major province where it didn't already have a foothold. In Alberta in 1997, subsequently Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario, taking over rival gangs in their livelihood in what police call a patch-over, sharing of insignias. And as Stenhouse was arguing with his superiors, drugs were the mainstay of motorcycle gangs. Quebec's recent crackdown has proved this in spades. Because drug squads and biker intelligence units, I was thinking of That fellow just popped into my head. He was kind of gray. Couldn't figure out which side he was on. I'll have to see if I can find that, and I'll upload the video afterward. It's a good watch, Fifth Estate. I definitely have it on my computer. Biker intelligence units were two different groups with two different agendas. Drug squads, biker intelligence units. It's always been like this within the RCMP, Stenhouse said. We're drug enforcement. We're customs and excise. And within drugs, we're heroin, we're marijuana. It's all about turf, and that's why the Hells Angels have fallen through the cracks for 20 years. Conclusion of Project KISS in the fall of 1997 should have been time of sweet victory for Bob Stenhouse. It was anything but. His marriage was disintegrating. That's what happens to members. He was despondent from job stress, and his frustration that the frontline officers did not have greater input into biker strategy was so great, he handed in his resignation. Close friends talked him out of it. Then, a few months later, the RCMP sent him as its representative to Provincial Policy Committee on Organized Crime, which only started his cycle of frustration all over again. Well, clearly they seemed to think he was pretty good then. Funny that. The committee, headed by a consultant and composed of representatives from the RCMP and the Edmonton and Calgary Police, was struck because the Alberta government was withholding nearly $2 million in organized crime funding because it didn't trust the feds to contribute their fair share. Stenhouse was on the committee to add an operational perspective, but what he saw only crystallized his view that there were deep-seated problems within funding and strategy. Do they really, really want to solve anything or just make work? The RCMP was saying that it had budgeted $16.5 million, 183 people to combat organized crime in Alberta. But with only 5 full-time biker investigators in the province, the numbers looked like a shell game. More worrisome, to Stenhouse at least, was that the biker policy emanating from the police chiefs, white shirts, seemed concerned with telling the media about gangs than the frontline policing. I just felt this was unethical, he said. It seemed all about getting money to get money from the government. This was the line that killed him. Figuratively. That was what did it. Because just like I've been saying, this is what they do. I know this from here in Calgary. Anytime that they want to make more jobs, more bureaucracy, more money, they just say, you know what? We've got a really serious gang problem. We need a new helicopter. I used to have lots of Vietnamese friends. I still do. You guys know that I lived in Vietnam. We'd laugh because they'd say there was this really serious Vietnamese gang problem. We need another helicopter because there's all of this stuff going on. And then they'd cite one case in particular, which of course was tragic. And there's lots of badness going around, but it wasn't about dealing with it. It never was. It was just about more money, more jobs, more friends, more dirty shenanigans, more corruption, more coming together with the other side. Not about solving anything. It just looks good and sounds good, and it gets money. He started to write memos on how biker investigations ought to be organized. At least 4 of them went up the lines and swatted back, and were swatted back. They were his personal, quote, wish list, the disciplinary board called them later. From his point of view, they were only way of saying the force could do more with less. by combining priorities. He was not alone in his concern. At Stenhouse's disciplinary hearing, senior RCMP officers from BC and Alberta, men with 15 to 20 years experience as criminal investigators, came forward to tell the same story, almost as a lament. Mounty's pride was at stake. That red surge is getting a little dirty. They were the national police force, after all. Yet because of their own internal battles and trying to do too much with too little, they were losing ground against bikers. More so they said. Hello, Bush, baby. No notification. Oh, it's sad to lose our family members, right? Glad you're on board. Hello. In late December 1998, Stenhouse went to see McDermott. They spoke for 90 minutes. The assistant commissioner seemed sympathetic. He acknowledged the force seemed too content to pick low-hanging fruit. What movie is that? Anybody familiar with Whitey Bulger? Whitey Bulger and his brother play both sides of the fence. Whitey Bulger is allowed to go and do whatever the hell he was allowed to do. Murder, en masse, drug deal. His brother sits in the Massachusetts Senate, whatever, I think it's Senate. Whitey just would set up his rivals. That's the way it works. Just go after the little ones that bug me, and I do business. We're all on the same team, after all, aren't we? And asked for documentation, he said he'd see what he could do. A few months later, they met again in a corridor. Recollections differ. McDermott recalls saying change was coming, but it would take time. Stenhouse says the message was more like business as usual. A week or so later, Yves Levine called asking what was new. Bob Stenhouse was not a stupid, is not, clearly not a stupid man. Naive, perhaps, about the way investigative journalists, maybe you can still have lots of integrity, but I'm not going to touch on what that's all about. But you can still do things the right way. There's a way. Whitey Bulger. Naive, perhaps, in the ways of the investigative journalists. Foul. You ask people's permission, you do things on the up and up, you can get the story out. Maybe even about police budget, but he knows the odds against him regaining his once sterling career in the RCMP are extremely high. His case now goes to an external review body for a recommendation and then to the commissioner of the RCMP for his final say. Finally got to a point in the case, remember I talked about a long time ago? The mother and the son brought cookies to the commissioner's house just so they would listen to him. This is how bad it is. That's pretty sad for a grown man and his mom to take freshly baked cookies to the commissioner. Please review these documents. That could take another year. For a while during his suspension, he worked part-time as a private investigator until the RCMP retracted the permission it had initially given him. No, he can't work. Sorry about that. A month ago, taking a leave, he ran and lost a campaign to be an Edmonton municipal councillor. Ironically, for someone considered a disgrace in the uniform, he is still called upon to give evidence in court against people the Mounties are trying to put away. Certainly doesn't sound like they think he's a very bad officer. His 20 years with the forces are up in January, after which he can retire with a partial pension. Maybe that is what the RCMP are hoping for, that this will all just go away quietly, as always. That is not likely. This is a case that could well end up in federal court. This is a man who, after all, brought his 11-year-old son to hear him testify at the inquiry last spring. This is how you do it, son. I'm not ashamed. And who told the disciplinary board tearfully at the time of sentencing, I quote, I have heard the rhetoric that suspension is not punishment or discipline. Has anyone ever thought to ask a member who was suspended what they have been through? Has anyone ever been given to how, has any thought ever been given to how I had to reassure family member and friends that I am not corrupt, I am not unethical, I am not dishonest? What stands out about this case, apart from the, if you're going to stand up and take the rap for somebody for your own stuff, but it could go on somebody else, you're clearly a big man. What stands out about this case, apart from being the issue of dismissing an officer with only one blemish on an otherwise stellar career, is how bureaucratic the RCMP, with shirts staunch and white and tables reserved only for them, ripping off pension funds, can be when it goes after one of its own. Because Stenhouse had been transferred to an administrative unit when Levine's book came out. The investigation and prosecution of his case was handled out of Regina. It's Depot, not Debo. The investigation and prosecution of his case was handled out of Regina by senior officers who had barely, if ever, known him. Yet the ones who he did the job for above him said he was an amazing officer. The investigator who was brought in felt Stenhouse was hiding something and pursued the matter like a criminal case. His RCMP lawyer, Anita Szabo, had put a note on her file for answering reporters' questions outside the inquiry. And any written records about the case by former Commissioner Murray and his successor, then Deputy Commissioner Giuliano Zaccarelli, were, quote, no longer in existence, the inquiry was told by the prosecution. I'm going to touch on this one, which is going to revisit something else. Quote, you ask who's in direct charge of this case, says Superintendent Brian Roberts, Stenhouse's last supervisor and the RCMP main through highly reluctant spokesman of the case, That's a good question, Roberts says. Robert will say only that there's, quote, several different persons having several different types of involvement as the matter has progressed. How damaging was the leaked material Stenhouse sent to Levine? Even the disciplinary inquiry did not give it much importance to the contents of what was leaked. In fact, it rejected Stenhouse's legal claim to be considered a whistleblower, which might have justified what he did because it said most of what he passed on was already in the public domain. How can you play both sides? You tell our secrets, but it's actually public knowledge. So we don't place any credence on whatever that is that you released. But Superintendent Guy Laflamme, a no-nonsense veteran who ran the 3-member inquiry with considerable latitude, concluded there are higher standards for police because they hold a public office and swear an oath of secrecy, thin blue line, that raises the bar. What's more, Stenhouse's transgression, Laflamme said, requires a message of deterrence. Psh, you're a bad boy. Because it goes to quote the core values, what the RCMP is all about, honesty, integrity, and furthermore, the breaches of trust fellow officers. Quote, there's legitimate need to publicly debate the general issue of outlaw motorcycle gangs and the effect on society. Wasn't that what he was trying to do? Cause public debate. Laflamme concluded, there is no need, however, to publicly debate the internal strategies and comments in police organizational engaged in this important endeavor, which doesn't really result in anything but make work projects, and that was what they made them mad. Because he told people that. We only go after low-hanging fruit. Even they admit that. Because it didn't really matter what was in those documents, because it wasn't important, it was public knowledge. Another quirk in this case is that the author of the book has never acknowledged Stenhouse was the source. Yves Levine is a former Globe and Mail reporter in his late 40s, a highly secretive man who feels both police and bikers are after him for his contacts. Levine was interviewed by the RCMP about Stenhouse, has never appeared at the inquiry, and he refused to say on a principle whether Stenhouse was or was not the source. But he didn't ask him. That's kind of fucked. But he told Maclean's that his book went to the publisher intact in the end of February 1999, which is at least a month before Stenhouse says he sent the documents. And that nothing but minor editing changes were made after that. Levine's editor at HarperCollins Publishing Limited, owned by whom, confirms the timing. But this information only muddies the waters because at least 2 of the classified documents in the book were letters sent directly to Stenhouse by fellow officers, and he testified he passed them on to Levine. The issue here, though, is not necessarily whether the Mounties got the right man, their own man, a sterling man. It's whether the punishment fits the crime for speaking the truth of publicly known stuff. One of the problems with the current system is that the RCMP Act, a relic from another time, creates maximum disciplinary punishment of up to 10 days' pay. It jumps from there to dismissal on the finding that the breach of trust is so egregious as to affect the employer-employee, who are all employees of us, relationship. I want my underwear back. Another problem is federal whistleblowing legislation, as there is, for example, in the United States, some of its governing police, although Ottawa has just created a new position, integrity officer, to help complaints by civil servants of mismanagement and wrongdoing. In recent years, a handful of public high-profile whistleblowers within the federal civil service have gained prominence, mostly scientists at Health Canada. If only. Some cases went to federal court, and so far the maximum penalty imposed has been a reprimand. In one case, the loss of 5 days' pay. Until now, the RCMP has behaved similarly. I would disagree with that. There's probably a few cases I have on that. Of the half-dozen cases involving breach of oath of secrecy over the past decade involving officers who leaked material to journalists, only one has led to dismissal. A Mountie who leaked information about a planned police raid, which, if it had been aborted, might have put officers at risk. That seems reasonable. The Stenhouse decision clearly raises the bar, signaling a tougher approach. Quote, accountability is a new watchword. Oh, no. 29? I got way different count on my end. Isn't that interesting? I was actually looking at some scores. They don't seem to add up. Anyway, moving along. Doesn't matter. I don't care how many people watch. Oh, see, there we go. 29, and now it's 41. Like, you know, it's just a sham. The numbers are shams. I don't care. They just do it. They just do that stuff to make people feel like they're not watching. They're watching. Just ask Sarah. Better yet, ask the RCMP. Which I know. Inside. Of course, Stenhouse's transgression sprang to light in the fall of 1999, just weeks after Corporal Reed went public with his allegations, after first submitting them to the RCMP Public Complaints Commission. We read about that, right? The Federal Auditor General and spy agency ceases. Oh, that's conspiracy. Before speaking to a reporter. The Mounties may have thought that they had an epidemic of whistleblowers on their hands. Oh, no, don't have that. An alternative interpretation is that prosecutions just roll along because, like biker policy, no one wants to take complete ownership of that problem that looks intractable. At least twice in Stenhouse's case, the RCMP made tentative offers to set the matter outside of an inquiry. Stenhouse said he was interested, but he wanted Hill disclosure or mediation. He wanted to be met halfway, a prideful demand, perhaps, given what has transpired, though not all of it out of character. He'd given 20 years of his life to the RCMP. Was it too much to ask for a little of his reputation back? Climbing fast. Oh, no. I'm not worried about likes. I'm not worried about shares. I'm not worried about their number bullshit. I know the truth. You know the truth. Bob Stenhouse. My story. Bob Stenhouse. It was 20 years ago today, January 8th, 2020. Handing in my badge and gun in the midst of distortion, fog, and extreme darkness of my own complex emotions was one of the most frightening and dark days of my life, with no hope of redemption, or so I thought. Wrestling with my anger, disillusionment, shame, frustration, loss of identity, because that is what the RCMP is, and fear of the unknown, and that's legitimate. It's institutionalized, became an hour-by-hour, minute-by-minute battle, and the battle it was, seeking justice, redemption, hope, and clarity at the personal and professional levels was, and continues to be, a journey towards increased understanding, resiliency, wisdom, and grace. Grace. Wicked word. The true meaning of grace. People I think of, people I know. Wow. Really breaks my heart. How it began. I often chuckle with incredulity at Forrest Gump-like trajectory of my RCMP career. A combination of being at the right place, right time, and personal and professional ambition, competency, grit, and I dare say fate brought me on this wild and crazy journey, inspired by popular cop shows, the early 80s, Hill Street Blues, Miami Vice. I had no problem visioning myself sock wearing 5 o'clock shadow, sporting mullet, rocking undercover cop in my service of queen and country. Maybe that's part of the problem. I don't know. Problem was, I posted in uniform in Cranbrook, BC, a small city of 18,000 with no ocean beaches or cigarette racing boats within 1,000 kilometers. A camouflage, ball cap, and beater pickup truck would have to suffice. I went on to be part of the nationally and internationally recognized elite investigations unit, the undercover unit located in Vancouver, BC. How many people come out of there? It was there I met some of the best cops of my life, who are still dear friends, conducting undercover operations, infiltrating and racking up convictions on everyone from international organized crime figures to small town drug dealers and everything in between, where I cut my teeth and honed my craft. Canada's anti-terrorism commando team, CERT. CERT. The early 1990s, I decided to take a career detour, get a haircut, and a real job. I trained and tried out for Canada's then anti-terrorist commando unit, tasked with protecting and rescuing Canadians from terrorist attack, named the Special Emergency Response Team, the CERT. The team that had been replaced by the elite Department of National Defense Team, JTF2, Joint Task Force. See, but this is what RCMP and shit does, right? They are this. Paramilitary. Oh, that's conspiracy. Really? Rappelling out of the helicopters and down the sides of buildings, blowing up buildings. Windows and doors, becoming a marksman shooter. Muay Thai kickboxer, and frankly, a trained killer, was a routine day. We were proud to say that our team held our own. We're just as highly trained as the U.S. Navy SEALs who had come to our training compound outside Ottawa for several weeks of cross-training. Wow. Oh, Mr. Biggs. Mr. Big Investigations Hitman for Hire. On the disbanding of the CERT team, I was recruited and transferred back to the undercover unit in Vancouver. The focus, mission, risk, and profile was in the process of transitioning from preliminary drug and organized crime undercover to homicide. It was a heady time. Working with the best in the business, we honed, developed, and executed one of the most successful and controversial investigative techniques in cold case homicides in the world, now known as Mr. Big Investigations. You can Google it. We often still playfully argue with who first coined the idea. Proactively infiltrating persons suspected of homicide, we posed as organized crime figures. You see, this is a bit dangerous. This is why Mr. Bigs are kind of in the same realm as the white cars. Hitmen, bikers, drug dealers, terrorists, and gun runners, homicide suspects seeking to integrate themselves into our gang, Marathorpe, were often quite quick to confess their dirtiest secrets, really, in hopes of gaining street cred and acceptance once they were convinced of our bona fide as gangsters. My undercover persona, Jake, looked like he could take care of business, and I was tapped to play the hitman for hire on several cases. Meet Jake. That's intimidating. I've been hired to kill people. I've been in jail for days on end with murderers, infiltrated serial killers, and pedophiles, dug up bodies, and have been on the receiving end, directly or indirectly, of the ultimate confession to murder in over 30 homicides cases across the country. The biker years in the late 1990s. Canada, specifically Quebec, experienced a significant increase in outlaw motorcycle gang violence and murder. The Hells Angels were expanding their criminal enterprise, protecting their turf, and using lethal means to do so. Transferring to Edmonton, Alberta, I was excited to be recruited into the Integrated Intelligence Unit, the IIU, responsible for outlaw motorcycle gangs. That excitement quickly turned to disillusionment when I discovered that the expectations for an intelligence officer was not to pursue evidence for criminal prosecution, but rather to gather intelligence for the purpose of reporting. Full stop. You know, like when they sit there, then you see there's lots of bikers. I heard about one the other day. And they were parked outside of Dairy Queen. They were going for a ride, and there's lots of RCMP with their lights on. And they're taking pictures, license plates, and then they drive away. Full stop. To what end? I would ask other intelligence officers. I did not get a satisfactory answer. As a highly motivated operational cop with a strong drive and a skill set to, quote, put bad guys in jail, the siloed and ineffective focus still did not sit well with me, and I set out to change it. Initiating and leading and driving the Project KISS, largest biker gang enforcement and criminal conviction initiative in Alberta history at the time, $1 million. Really? You know how much drugs move? Became my focus again. Working alongside some of the best people and cops, I have the pleasure of knowing with the light and hope of increased in an increasingly dark time. We had a great team and did some great work, but not all was well. I think he would agree, you know, like it's obviously wonderful that, you know, to take part in something like that, but there are way bigger fish to fry. Fighting administrative bureaucracy. You know, all those 4-letter words and acronyms and blah, 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 blah. Sounds good. Silo and turf protection, myopic and destructive leadership. Ineffective strategies and police propaganda became a daily grind. Burnout, post-traumatic stress disorder, and fateful whistleblower day. The provincial motorcycle gang, the Grim Reapers, became the Hells Angels in 1997. At the time, I was running Project KISS, a complex and elaborate drug and proceeds of crime, that one's really tough to prove, undercover and wiretap operation, was responsible for biker intelligence, still conducting Mr. Big undercover investigations, and a member of Northern Alberta Emergency Response Team, ERT. I was burning the candle at both ends. My days were an endless repetition of work, extremely hard, fight bureaucracy, and character smears. Some of my peers and bosses didn't appreciate pushback, change, or my challenges of ineffective status quo. Drink heavy, sleep, and wake up and do it again. Disillusion, anger, depression, and extreme frustration were taking their toll, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. I wonder if he's a friend of Bill's. The Hells Angel patch over a police term took place in Red Deer, 1997. It was then I seriously crashed and burned. In the midst of my darkest times, I decided to resign from the RCMP. After 3 days of no sleep, I walked into my boss's office and gave him a resignation letter. I had 15 years of service and been promoted to sergeant by that time. Very impressive. To receive a disinterested and hurtful rebuke that my resignation was on the wrong form only... Oh, Jesus. You'll have to go back and fill that out. Oh, can you imagine? Stick yourself in that guy's shoes. 3 days. I mean, culminating in 3 days of sleepless nights. Finally, you decide to resign, and then you go in and take it in. And they say, well, no, sorry, that's the wrong form. You got to go and fill it out again. Ooh. Only increased my anger and sense of institutional betrayal. It wasn't until years later that I would be diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. Seems reasonable. We didn't even know what that was in the 1990s. It was something that combat soldiers got. Cops couldn't stand the pressures, should find a new job, or so our misguided opinions went. Good friends saw me through that time, and I retracted my resignation. I went on to continue our year-long investigation that resulted in the convictions of 7 patch-wearing members of a motorcycle gang and various hang-arounds and prospects. When I was asked to sit in the provincial committee representing RCMP for the purpose of developing a business plan to fight organized crime, I was once again very excited. I could influence necessary change, break down silos, help police agencies collaborate and focus and fix massive gaps in their approach to organized crime prosecutions. I again became quickly disillusioned as I discovered the scope and purpose of the committee was to develop a business case. Financial ask for the province to give the police more money. More money, just more money. Not take people down, just more money and take pictures at Dairy Queens. Police organizations did not need more money, I argued. We need to align our resources towards the same goals and stop working in silos against one another and protect fragile police leaders' ego and turf. White shirt. Well, that went over like a lead balloon. It was part of this secondment that I became privy to the politics of policing, and in particular, the misinformation was being used to increase budgets. Funny that. I was sickened when I came across the minutes of the National Police Chief's ultimate strategy to combat outlaw motorcycle gangs. Quote, "We need to use the media to cause fear within the public to put pressure on government to give us more funding." Sound familiar? I remember this personally. We need another helicopter. Very big, serious Vietnamese gang problem. What the fuck are you talking about, man? I remember those. Still happens. I laugh. We all laugh. We know what it is. My resolve, hope, and optimism that critical change could come was extinguished when an author and I became acquainted. An author I had become acquainted with called and asked me what I thought of the national strategy. I not only told him what I thought, I misguidedly shared with him documents that exposed ineffective, if not highly misleading and propaganda-laden national police strategies. Kind of like the first 20 minutes of your newscast. Every night. Wolves, I say. Wolves, I say. These were the days where whistleblower was still a dirty word and documents were still shared in a nondescript brown envelope. You changed your name again. Remember Unit 8200? Remember brown envelope? Do you remember those? I don't think there's a lot of people that watch me, but the brown envelopes? Yeah, you do. I got the brown envelopes. Miriam knows I've got the brown envelopes. One day. To be very clear, these documents did not expose police techniques, investigations, or jeopardize any operational. Read criminal investigation. Work. That was excellent cops running around the country were engaging. My loyalty to effective and outstanding police work in spite of bureaucratic and administrative roadblock, Whiteshirt, never wavered. It was my attempt to raise the red flag and influence critical change when I lost hope. When I had lost hope that change could be influenced from within. My frustrations and motives were very real and true. My methodology in hindsight was ill-advised. I want to celebrate and praise this guy. Like, honestly, I do. It's sad to see him regret what he did. But the dual courts of public opinion and law. The author of the book Hell's Angels at War decided to reprint the documents I had provided to him. I guess without permission. Not so nice. You don't do those things. Breaks confidences. I like confidences. You learn a lot of things. Just being honest and true. When I learned of this, I was devastated. Fuck up people's lives. Sometimes people end up in bad places too. I had naively thought that he would use them for a background information. Doesn't that sound familiar? I had moved on from biker gang and drug enforcement and received another promotion, this time to staff sergeant, and was well on my way to becoming a commissioned officer. A white shirt. Would have been a good white shirt. When I was made aware of the book and the subsequent police kerfuffle, it took about half an hour of reflection and soul searching before I went to the commanding officer's office and fessed up to being the source of the information. He was sympathetic, quite supportive, and I thought I would be given a fair shake. 30 minutes. That's it. It's like, oh, it's me. I gotta go. Seemed that way until it got very political very quickly. The author and originator of these misguided and ineffective strategy ideas and documents, a bully of a man and a chief of police of a large police service in Canada. Sound familiar? Read between the lines. Heard it before? Heard it before? Didn't say it. Didn't say it. But there it is right there for you to see. Did not take kindly to being criticized. Blew his stack, wasn't it what they said? And maligned in the book. Having his strategy be exposed for what it was. For what it was. Writing a demand letter to the commissioner of the RCMP, calling my actions, quote, most corrupt thing I have ever seen in my 31 years of policing. He demanded my head on a platter. The RCMP officers responsible for managing internal investigation process kowtowed to the bullying demands, breached several of my legal rights while tripping over themselves, trying to ensure that I was fired. Why, you ask? RCMP got bullied. I fought back and I won. Some RCMP officers wanted to portray me as a corrupt cop. This struck me at very core. So, as I had given my blood, sweat, and tears, and likely years off of my life. Very true. Protecting the Canadian public and winning convictions of of hundreds of murderers, rapists, organized crime figures, biker gang members, and drug dealers in my career. I had to fight back, and I did so with the truth. The CBC's Fifth Estate was the first to call. They had been given the heads up on my story, and other loyal and fearless whistleblowers I had consulted with. It was my opportunity to take back false narrative that had been provided to the media by the RCMP. Sarah? Do you see? Do you see what I'm talking about? Howdy, Cindy. The media is the propaganda spin tool for the RCMP. And this is why it's vital to fight them. Letters to Greg Mercer. Cannot be allowed. They need to be called on it. Fuck feelings, man. You sell your soul, you got a dirty conscience. And you're going to pay. Pay hard. My journey, my story, my narrative. Although I was under a gag order, I would not be silenced and intimidated into submission. I was highly dedicated, loyal, and effective cop who had been justifiably disillusioned, frustrated, and despondent by the destructiveness of police silos, politics, and turf wars. The safety of Canadians was at stake. So I told my story as others did. Dear friends and outstanding cops who I owe my life to. 2001, my story made 3 Fifth Estate documentaries and the cover of Maclean's magazine. It was also featured in local and national newspapers as my public disciplinary tribunal played out. You can read the article, which I've already read and linked, and is below. Inept and highly biased investigation into my code of conduct breach was exacerbated by inappropriate senior political influences at the highest level. The Rcmp commissioner. Good old Paul, brother Paul. Jesus' name. I was a tenacious investigator, pulling from my experiences and skills I learned. I engaged in the series of Freedom of Information requests. Oh, goodness. All of the members who get drowned in that pit. The public. Chipping. Oh! And they just dwindle the number of people in it. The cases just mount. Oh, but we'll have less people because that's how we'll deal with it. Requests for all documents related to my investigation tribunal and handling of my case. Sifting through thousands of documents, I found nuggets of truth that identified the Rcmp mismanagement and abuses in my case. To those members who have traveled this road, you know what this is. I know your story. I've heard your story. I've seen it break people. But we're unbreakable, no matter what you throw. Submitting this to the Federal Court of Canada on appeal, my forced resignation was overturned. The federal court identified 2 key areas of administrative law that the Rcmp breached, known as principles of natural justice, procedural fairness, and reasonable apprehension of bias. I won my case in both courts on the public opinion and law, and was reinstated in the Rcmp and was able to negotiate my retirement with dignity. I have not carried a badge since January 8th, 2000, but will always be inside my chest where it belongs. Sterling, right? These kinds of stories literally do bring, quite literally right now, bringing tears to my eyes and smiles to my face. Tough stuff. But you do it, you fight, you just keep fighting. Finding my way in my story and my journey. The journey has both been exciting and challenging, with usual ups and downs, successes, failures of life that one could expect. Many of them commit suicide. It's very sad. When faced with the choice to become bitter or better, I choose better, pursuing and achieving a master's degree in theology. Has been my highlight. My continuing education, both formal and informal, is driven by my thirst to understand human behavior, my own and others, and the implications within our workplace. Going on to envision, develop, and lead corporate investigations unit within my largest employer in Alberta and the largest health authority in Canada has also been a highlight. Coming to terms, this is an interesting part, coming to terms with identifying, healing from, and talked talking about my post-traumatic stress disorder has been tremendously empowering and freeing. Now, you see that, to me, this is true empowerment. Understand that you do have the power, no matter how much they nail you down. Because the system is the one that nails us down. Breaking through that. I am hopeful I can help other police officers and first responders make sense of their experiences, mental health and injury, and personal journeys. I have developed both a passion and expertise to serve clients in the areas of fair and just workplace and regulatory investigations, training and implementation, psychological safety at work, leading emotional intelligence, and other leadership workshops. As a consultant and public speaker, I use my background and my story as an illustration to help promote and train others in fair and just workplace investigations that are based on fact, evidence, and truth versus anger, negative emotion, self-righteous indignation, and personal biases or corruption. I am so very grateful that this wild and crazy journey, and there are many supporters and kindred spirits I have met along the way. I would love to meet this man. I have tried to reach out to him, I think, at one point. Just not often that I do that, but I wonder if he ever gets word. I would really love to meet him, just to shake his hand. My lifelong friends, many of whom are also courageously sacrificed their lives to serve and protect our society. Not just because you die in the line of duty either. And family saw me through thick and thin, their loyalty and love never wavering. And for that, I am truly blessed. It was 20 years ago today, and the darkness has been replaced by the light now. Please contact me for information on my consulting, public speaking, investigation, and training services. Visit my website. I'll drop that. In my service and gratitude, Bob. Inspirational, I'll tell you. Very, very inspirational. As opposed to, I'll close with this. This is I'm just trying to lay little more pieces of the puzzle, let people know that this is an extremely corrupt machine that we're up against. And it's a machine. It is that war room, that day one on the 19th. That started to work against you. It is this, members who have been affected by all of this. It is the families who are paying daily for this bullshit. Don Dunphy, dead men tell no tales, says former judge.
What are your big concerns with how this?
So I want you to think of the inquiry, Don Dunphy inquiry, and we'll look at how the RCMP dealt with shortcomings in their investigation of the RNC, which ended up in that officer eventually, subsequently having all kinds of convictions for more wrongdoing because he was a bad cop.
What are your big concerns with how this investigation was handled?
It seemed to me that maybe the Mounties accepted the account by Smythe without any real hard questioning. The big issue is, how did this happen? I mean, did this happen because Smythe was threatened? That's what's got to be found out.
What's your theory about what happened inside?
Well, dead men tell no tales. And from what I learned about the men tell no tales.
About what happened inside?
Well, dead men tell no tales. Well, dead men tell no tales. And from what I learned about these people, that here we were dealing with two angry men. So you have to realize that Mr. Dunphy had been fighting the government for about 20 or 30 years. And Dunphy, I know from my own sources that he was a man with a temper. And his daughter said the same thing.
We know why Mr. Dunphy would be an angry man because of everything that he's gone through in the past and his relationship with government. But what about the officer?
The thing was this, that I didn't have much history on him, but there was an incident one time when he got into difficulties himself. He could be aggressive. That was my impression, that this was a man who could be aggressive.
Is there evidence of that from the past, you say, that you know of?
Yeah, but that's all in my report. I learned something about the deceased. And I also knew that from the evidence that Smythe was one who could have a temper too. So as I said, we go right back to that point. Two angry men.
What about the fact that no charges have been laid against Smythe?
You have to have evidence to lay charges. So you get the evidence by investigation. So you'd have to investigate and maybe a polygraph, maybe a number of questions and answer sessions.
What do you think about the fact that it was 4 shots?
Well, that bothered me too. That bothered me too.
Why?
Well, it showed to me that there was an intention to kill. There wasn't an intention to stop. Intention to wound one. There was no indication of any shots being fired back at him or something like that. That it was, the last shot was so close. You say to yourself, well, why?
When you say so close?
Well, I'm talking about 3 or 4 feet. I'm talking about as close as I am to you. Picking up a gun and hit like that, no. And you know, watch your head go wobble.
The placement of the shots, you don't think were into...
Well, there were a number of shots. There was certain parts of his body which were hit, but it probably would have killed him anyway. But the last one, I wonder about all of them. That were they needed? Now maybe he would have died anyway. I don't know.
Where did the shots go?
Some went into him. Some went through and into the wall. There's parts of it they were found in the walls, and some in him, in Dunphy, across his body, and went right straight to his head. Oh, there was no doubt about it that there was the intention to kill him. But the thing is this, that, from Smythe's point of view, that this is police procedure. Somebody takes up a gun or something and then threatens you with it, and then you fill them full of lead, as the Westerns used to say. It's not just a one-shot deal.
So, what is that? Ads for crap. Not interested. The Don Dunphy story, very interesting. And the inquiry. I would encourage people to go and learn about it. And that's the commissioner from that inquiry talking. Dead men tell no tales. Read between the lines. Very interesting case. We're not talking about bullets from way far away. This was in his living room because he was tweeting. On Easter, nice day to go over to his house and fill him full of lead. Smythe. So, as a result of that shooting, there was a subsequent investigation which was done by the Rcmp on the RNC, because this was down in Newfoundland, and RNC was investigating Smythe particularly by the Rcmp. And so then there was an ACERT report done into the Rcmp onto their investigation of the RNC. ACERT being the Alberta Serious Incidents Response Team, the Alberta equivalency of the shit. Okay? And I played this before, but I think it's very important for people to hear the deflection. There is one particular journalist in here who asked some very great questions. And then I'm going to read you what ACERT actually said.
So why have the RCMP decided not to lay charges in this case?
The investigation has been completed. Our first priority was share that with the family, and as much publicized the review of our investigation by the Alberta Serious Incident Response Team was also important to have the family meet with them and go over that. The investigation is complete. It's a tragic circumstances for the family. There's no
Oh yes, one other thing. Take note of the psychological warfare being fought. Tragic, the families, and this and that. See if that sounds familiar at all, anywhere, and perhaps what's going on down in Nova Scotia. We really care. You think so?
I guess the overall completeness of the investigation was the examination of that review. It was determined that we did everything appropriate through the course of standardized practices, and the information that was gathered during the course of investigation did not require criminal charges.
What more can you tell us about what actually happened? We've been told basically a shot was fired in the house when the RNC went to the house, but what more can you tell us about what actually happened?
We can't discuss a lot of the details of the investigation. There's reports of a pending inquiry into this matter. The RCMP certainly doesn't want to do any or provide any information that might slant or hamper that process from unfolding as it should.
What do you say to people who,
the
RNC is the force involved, the other provincial police force, yours, investigated them, even though ACERT investigated, there are going to be people who say, well, of course the police officer wasn't charged. What do you say to those people who have that feeling?
We certainly understand that, and that I think that's part of why the Alberta Serious Incident Response Team was called in. They're an independent civilian-led investigative body who reviewed our investigation. They reviewed it. They examined every aspect of it, were provided with all the information. Their conclusions were that it was done with no bias, no tunnel vision, no lack of objectivity, and it was thorough and complete, following the best standards and practices of major case management.
Will anything change as a result of this? Because one of the criticisms is that a police officer went there alone, and there was another person, there were no other witnesses. Had two officers gone, somebody else may have been able to say more about what happened.
I think all that will be part of what, if there is an inquiry into that matter. To speculate on what will happen in the future, I can't comment on that.
But prior to an inquiry, will the ACERT report be released?
No, the ACERT report is part of our investigation. It falls into that. The content of it is such that it can't be released because it is part of the investigation itself. The findings we shared through the fact of that it was a review was completed, and that the investigation that we conducted was thorough, complete, and unbiased.
The report of David Rich was supposed to be released at the conclusion.
Sorry, bias, by our word, we told you, you're not going to see it, but believe us, it was thorough and complete, and we did everything right. Right. The links to the full report, by the way, are below, but there's a nice little excerpt that I'll cite here in a moment. And of course, once again, they always say, "Oh, we got something. We can't talk about anything. We got future stuff and all this and that and the other thing." They hide behind skirts. Skirts. They always do. But I like the one reporter. Awesome.
No, the ACER report is part of our investigation. It falls into that. The content of it is such that it can't be released because it is part of the investigation itself. The findings we shared through the fact of that it was a review was completed and that the investigation that we conducted was thorough, complete, and unbiased.
The report of David Rich was supposed to be released at the conclusion of this whole process. Is that going to happen?
That was part of the ACER's review, and it was included in all the information.
So, but when Mr. Rich was retained, the public was told that his report would be released publicly. Is that happening?
No, there'll be no reports released with regard to that. Again, as mentioned, it's part of the investigation itself, and as part of the investigation, it will be part of what is examined if there is a pending inquiry.
But if the investigation is concluded and a decision has been made, what is the imperative for withholding this documentation?
We don't normally release any information from our investigations, witness statements, lab test results. That's normal. We don't normally release any information from our investigations, witness statements, lab test results. That's normal. It's not. We don't normally release any information from our investigations, witness statements, lab test results. That's normal. It's not unheard of that we don't release that sort of information. There is, as I mentioned, a pending inquiry, and we certainly don't want to be doing anything that would hamper or slant how that would turn out.
Are you aware by not releasing the report, it creates an environment that is ripe for speculation, and how do you plan to combat that, if at all?
Well, I think the thing we have to focus on here is that our investigation was reviewed by an independent civilian-led third body. They investigated our investigation to check for bias, prejudice, lack of objectivity. They found none of that. They found that the investigation was done thorough, completely, and with the best practices of modern case management.
Were there any recommendations made?
Yes, we would expect there would be recommendations, as different police services have different practices, but the recommendations that were provided had no impact on the conclusions that were reached during the course of that investigation.
So were there recommendations made in the ACER report?
Yes.
How many?
I wasn't privy to the report myself. The recommendations as such did not have any impact on the outcome, and that is documented.
But how can we trust you when you say that the recommendations didn't have any bearing and that ACER certified that it was a fair investigation if we can't see the ACER report?
That is ACER's determination from there. That is their conclusion.
They concluded that the report cannot be released.
No, they concluded that the recommendations had no impact on the outcome of the investigation.
But I mean, at this point, all we have is the Rcmp say so. We haven't seen any documentation. We haven't seen the ACER report. How can we just blindly trust the Rcmp on this?
The investigation was reviewed by an independent civilian-led third party. They reviewed our investigation, made those determinations, and that's what we shared with you today.
Can you tell us how many shots were fired that day?
The investigation was reviewed by an independent civilian.
All we have is the Rcmp say so. We haven't seen any documentation. We haven't seen the ACER report. How can we just blindly trust the Rcmp on this?
The investigation was reviewed by an independent civilian-led third party. They reviewed our investigation, made those determinations, and that's what we shared with you today.
Can you tell us how many shots were fired that day?
No, I can't tell you any of the information that's in part of the investigation. All that will be probably part of what comes forward at the provincial inquiry.
Was the officer who shot and killed Mr. Dunphy following normal protocol? Can you see that?
That protocol for all these procedures for the RNC, we'd have to speak to them.
Is it fair to say he shot Dunphy in self-defense?
The investigation that we conducted into this examined all the circumstances. It's a very tragic incident. We looked at all aspects, all the circumstances surrounding in the information, and there was no information that led us to lay any criminal charges.
Right. What does that mean? Does that
Tragic incident. Trot out dogs, dog stories, feel good stuff. Get lost in the emotional stew. Maybe run around. There you go. That's the way it gets solved. I don't tell you anything, though. Very thorough and complete, 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 very thorough and complete. Just keep saying that. Very thorough and complete, very thorough and complete. And then it will get better. It will get better.
What exactly did he do or not do that day?
I'm sorry, I'm not.
So you say there's nothing to suggest that there's any charges warranted. Can you tell us if he shot himself? I mean, what does that mean? Did he shoot the other man in self-defense? Was Mr. Dunphy shot in self-defense? Was he shot?
Yes, that's we're saying basically that the investigation concluded that as much force was used as was necessary, and there was no information around the circumstances in the investigation itself that would lead us to lay any criminal charges.
What was the reaction of Mr. Dunphy's family when they were given the IHIT report?
This is a very tragic incident. I don't want to pretend to speak on their behalf. We met with them this morning. We arranged for IHIT to come and meet with them to go over the report with them, and I don't want to, speak on their behalf. It would not be appropriate.
Okay, but the family has seen the report and have spoken to IHIT.
We arranged for the family to meet with IHIT, and they went over their findings with them.
When did they go over this family?
This was arranged for this morning.
This morning.
So, but really, I mean, at this point, all the public has is you telling us that everything was above board. Are you at all concerned that people won't believe you?
Our investigation was reviewed by an independent civilian-led third party. They provided the report. They reviewed our investigation, and they were satisfied that we followed every step and covered all the aspects of the investigation that was needed.
But how can we know that if we can't see
The report can't be released. It's part of our investigation, and we're certainly not going to do anything that would hamper a pending inquiry that's coming on this
Can you
matter.
tell us if they made any recommendations to the RNC that the RNC should implement prior to an inquiry? For instance, sending 2 officers to somebody's house rather than 1.
Well, the role of the ACERT report was to review our investigation itself, and it was not a review of the procedures or practices of another police service.
Okay, so IHIT had nothing to say about the way the RNC handled it. It was only about how you investigated his investigation.
And how we conducted the investigation is a very tragic incident. That is correct.
Did your investigation have any suggestions for the RNC and how the RNC should handle this incident?
Our investigation was into the sudden death of Mr. Dunphy, and again, to get into the details of any part of our investigation would not be appropriate.
Did the RCMP investigation look into whether the visit was warranted?
All of the aspects of the investigation and details surrounding it, it will be part of what the public inquiry, if there is one held, and there is one apparently pending according to what you hear from the proposal. So we're not going to make any comments about the details of our investigation.
And I'm not really asking the details, I'm asking for the scope. Were you looking at the shooting itself, or what led up to the shooting, and whether that was, were you looking at the decision to go there?
Our investigation covered all the circumstances leading into that situation.
Oh my. Oh my. I mean, and you watch, even though it's CBC, and even though they obviously have a very slanted opinion, and they know where their money's coming from, they actually did kind of a pretty good job with this. So I would encourage people to go and find that playlist and watch it if you're ever kind of bored. Let me see if I can find the list for that. It's very, very good. And that kind of gives you an illustration of some concerns, I have about the commission. And obviously, if they're going to be handpicking family members, I have a feeling they're going to handpick family members that don't ask a lot of questions. and perhaps turn it off into a bit of a stew of femicide. We'll go into who all's on that commission, because they're interesting folks. I did see the link earlier from Marion, I believe, linked it, about the destruction of evidence and the 3 cops getting off. That's for another chapter. We've got to go into... You want me to look at that link? Yeah, no, I know no charges were laid, but Smythe did eventually get into trouble. Constable Smythe, RNC, did eventually get into trouble. Do you want me to cover anything further into that? Marion? I just was trying to keep it somewhat 4 hours short. But if there's something in there that you specifically want me to go through, absolutely, I will go through it. You know it. I'm going to have to open up YouTube. It's a very, very, very interesting case, and the inquiry. And it is, to use their awfulness, tragic. It is tragic what happened to Don Dunphy. Don Dunphy was a real firecracker, and because he spoke his mind on social media, yeah, well, 4 bullets entered him, including the last one, which basically blew off his head in his living room on Easter. And nobody got charged. But I'll also do this here. Monitor notes. This is the ACERT report. I've left it down in the description below. And there's all kinds of other goodies in here, but I like this one particularly. It is standard practice. So this is ACERT investigating the RCMP's investigation into the RNC. So you get lost in all kinds of swamp. We only deal with the investigation of RNC, and then ACERT only deals with RCMP. It's pretty sick. It is, well, if they're speaking about the gun, which suddenly just appeared, that's all in the playlist. If you listen to the people talk and the one constable from the RCMP talking, oh my, it's pretty horrific. And he's like, well, yeah, I am kind of friends with him, but, you know, that doesn't affect me at all. It is standard practice between a subject officer and another officer. It's standard practice for the monitor to make monitor notes. You know, kind of like you need those notes, right? These notes can be a form of backup documentation of the context, gist, and/or key portions of the interview. RCMP followed best practices in the digital video recording of April 8th, 2015 interview with the subject officer, Smythe. That is the gold standard. Unfortunately, investigators encountered something all investigative agencies have at one time or another. The digital video equipment failed. Technology is fantastic when it works, but can be extremely problematic when it doesn't. Just so convenient it didn't work that day. In this case, the equipment failed. Monitor notes, if they had existed, would have provided at least some documentation as to what was said during the interview, but no monitor notes were located on the file. Monitor notes should be considered especially during pivotal interviews. Yeah. Thin blue line, anyone? Oh my, oh my. What a fail. What a joke. Let's see here. I don't know if that's what the article refers to. You know, it's just such a, you know, and then you had the gun just appearing, and the photographer for the crime scene photographer, she's like, I don't remember any gun. No. And I had to step over the gun. The gun wasn't there. And then all of a sudden there's a gun there. And nobody's like, yeah, you had a gun. And suddenly, Officer Smythe gets off because he's like, wow, he pulled a gun on me. But there's no gun discharge, no gun residue, no gun that anybody knew of. Just suddenly a gun appears in a scene where there's only 2 people. Dead man. Tell no tales. Like the judge said. The commissioner, the head of the commissioner, he knew what was going down. He knew. Everybody knew. It's just sadly the public who doesn't know. This is what they do. So I'm trying to help people understand maybe it's better to dig a little deeper below the surface on the commission. Don't stop speaking out. Don't not go and, speak your piece. Those of you who do have standing, absolutely do it. Get it down on record. But it may be that the fix is kind of already in. It was to begin with. Not to sound too conspiracy theory or anything. We'll read, yes, the Dunphy family. Of course, they got the report. Do you know how happy they were about that report? I'm sure you can guess. Like the Rcmp guy said, well, we're feel very badly about the family. Acer told Don Dunphy's daughter evidence was lost. Drop gun that can't be traced. Yeah. Yep. It's not just the movies. There he is. There's the fun man himself. I don't know how he can sleep at night. That's going to be a PTSD right there. Lying for your institution. Ouch. I'm sure he's probably in the PTSD category right now. Justice Minister says government moving towards public inquiry. Okay, so this is much earlier in the process, right? Like that interview was done. When was it? July 4th, last time the Rcmp decided to speak. But that's going to be the last time you hear from them. In fact, they told the families that. You're not going to hear from us anymore. Sorry about that. What police force do you pay? These are your employees. And they're not going to talk anymore. Easy to sleep when he had no soul. Well, he sold it. I don't know. Be curious, actually. Did they say what his... Oh, Sergeant Pete McKay. Let's see where he went. Did he get promoted? It would be hard to... Let's just see. I'm not labeling anybody, but these things are very... They have a pattern. I've always watched patterns of days. Things get released. Let's try and see if we can find where he's at today. What happened to him in his Rcmp career. Perhaps we can find him. It's a pretty common name. Ckay. Take a little while. What was his name? Sorry again. There's actually only 3 pages. Pete. Okay, so he's not going by P. Oh, wait a second. He did. He's now a civilian member. If this is him. I think that actually is him. Yeah. maybe not. Let's try this. DuckDuckGo, not the best search engine. Let's try over here. (2016) Sergeant. Can't be. I'm going to have to dig around on that one. He's going to be a difficult person to find. I did find a civilian member, New Brunswick. And he does have a regimental number, so it might be him, but it said that he served out of New Brunswick. So I'm not sure what's going down there, but perhaps somebody else can dig around and let me know. That'd be great. Or in the comments. Again, nothing on him. It's just, this is what they're ordered to do. He's supposed to trot out there and say full and complete, thorough and, thorough and complete. He's just supposed to repeat the same lines, and we're not allowed to talk about anything. That's all he's supposed to do. But obviously that has to completely destroy you, because you know what went down. No charges will be laid against police officer who shot and killed Don Dunphy, 2015, Rcmp said Tuesday. However, Dunphy's daughter says the ACERT team, okay, that's the equivalent, again, the Alberta equivalent of the SHIT, it's not very independent, told her that there were errors in the investigation, quote, which resulted in the loss of evidence. I believe they're referring to the notes of the interview with Smythe. Rather critical part, the shooter has no documentation of a statement. The police force released limited results of its investigation. Well, but you just need a little bit. Don't worry. Tuesday into the Dunphy shooting, but told reporters there were no grounds to charge RCMP Constable Joe Smythe in the incident. The investigation concluded that as much force was used as was necessary, and there was no information around the circumstances in the investigation itself that would lead us to lay any criminal charges, RCMP Sergeant Pete McKay said at a news briefing Tuesday morning. Dunphy was shot and killed in his home Easter Sunday. That's a nice day. Nice day to die because of tweets. 2015 by Smythe, a Royal Newfoundland Constabulary officer and member of the then Premier Davis's protective detail. Well, you just go over there and fill him full of lead, blow off his head. All the shots were done in his living room, not very far away. Smythe was visiting the residence in Mitchell's Brook, St. Mary's Bay, to conduct a risk assessment after Dunphy sent a string of tweets to the Premier. Quote, it attributed errors to local inexperience in conducting police-involved shooting investigations. According to IHIT, which reviewed the RCMP investigation, Smythe was conducting a voluntary interview when a confrontation occurred. But you went to his house. He didn't ask you to come over. Aaron Breen, lawyer representing Dunphy's daughter, Megan Dunphy, issued a statement Tuesday afternoon. Breen said Megan Dunphy was told the loss of the evidence, but it did not affect the final conclusion of the investigation. Further, the statement said IHIT told Dunphy that it, quote, attributed errors to local inexperience in conducting police-involved shooting investigations. I'm pretty sure they're referring to the lack of notes and the technical difficulty that the camera then experienced. Of course. Ms. Dunphy was also informed that retired Justice David Reich, independent observer, has completed a separate report which raises concerns about the shooting incident itself, which was not subject to the IHIT review. You see? They were just there reviewing the RCMP investigation, not the actual shooting itself. Do you see how this works? It's a really interesting way of doing things. Breen said Dunphy had not been given access to the reports from the RCMP, Reich said, or IHIT. The RCMP told CBC News late Tuesday had no evidence of what was lost. We don't know. But, something just disappeared. Things disappear, Breen stood by the statement. Quote, that's what we were told, she told the CBC Tuesday evening. Quote, the RCMP were not present at the meeting with IHIT. Good of you to come along. It's kind of like that review. You just don't need to attend anything. Press conferences, well, just shut her down. We're done here. Thank you. But Sergeant McKay gave reporters few details when asked during the news brief. That's a surprise. McKay said during the shooting was tragic circumstance, emotional stew for the Dunphy family. That I'm sure that appeases them, but shared few details exactly what happened the day Dunphy was shot. We have to allow these investigations to happen. We need to allow this work to be done. Justice Minister Andrew Parsons. Quote, we can't discuss a lot of the details of the investigation, he said. That's, of course, McKay. Sergeant McKay. God knows where he ended up. Hopefully not under the RCMP bus, but anyway, there's report or in PTSD. There's reports of pending inquiry into this matter. The RCMP certainly does not want to provide information that may slant or hamper the process from unfolding as it should. It's kind of like saying that about Lisa Banfield stuff. It's a judge trial. Doesn't really matter. One person. It's not a jury. You're not taking a pool. Same thing with the inquiry. There. McKay repeating that it would be inappropriate to share details of the investigation ahead of the public inquiry. He looks kind of smug. He's got flags and looks kind of neat. Kind of like that thing they had down in Halifax. Well, you can't have any kind of protest because, well, there's an outbreak. Funny that happened a couple of days later. Just a strange coincidence, I guess. Early in its investigation, the police force said Dunphy was killed after he pointed a loaded firearm at Smythe. Following a 15-minute encounter between the two men, Dunphy family and Smythe were briefed Tuesday on the results of the RCMP investigation. The provincial government has committed to holding a public inquiry once the police report was complete. I don't believe they were allowed to sit in through the entire process either. This is another interesting thing that will come. Who will be allowed to sit through the entire process? Will it even be the hand-picked family members, or do they have to go away too? And I'm sure the Kovu thing will come into it as well. Investigation was reviewed. IHIT, which investigates police shootings in Alberta, wrote, well, a lot of RCMP involved in that, just like the shit. Newfoundland and Labrador government on Monday, detailing some results in its review. Their report found that the RCMP, quote, followed best practices and principles of major case management, and that its investigation is thorough and unbiased. I'm not sure if they, I think it does actually appear in the report. Not exactly sure, though. Definitely, we've got Sergeant McKay telling us. Thanks, McKay. Thanks for coming out. Here's Smythe. Smythe's career has kind of gone in the pot since this all happened, but probably best it should. However, ACERT was only tasked to review the RCMP's own steps to investigate Dunphy's death and was not asked to provide a determination on whether Smythe was, quote, lawfully placed at this time or whether lethal force was appropriate. The reviewers did say they found minor issues with the RCMP investigation, but they hadn't reached a critical level. You know, you don't need those notes, things. But of course, that's not really what they're talking about. They're talking about the RCMP's investigation into. But if the RCMP don't have a problem with it, with the RNC not taking notes, hell, ACERT can't say anything because they're only investigating the RCMP who said there wasn't a problem. It's vicious how this works. Joe Smythe offers a comment in an email to the news. Smythe said he would like to answer outstanding questions, but he was not able to because of the pending inquiry. However, he did want to clarify the reason that why he was in Dunphy's home Easter Sunday. At no point did I or members of the RNC interpret any of Mr. Dunphy's social media commentary as threats. No point. But I had to go there with guns on Easter Sunday, as has been indicated at time and time again, both traditional and social media platforms. He goes on to say, the goal of this meeting was to build a rapport with Dunphy on Easter Sunday and to identify if there was a reasonable solution to his grievance on Easter Sunday when nobody was around. Smythe said it was regularly scheduled shift for him at the day of the shooting and first opportunity, other duties, and sufficient information permitted the visit. Sorry, I cannot comment further on this time on what is indeed a tragedy. Do you notice how they use those words? Psychological warfare inquiry coming. On Tuesday, Justice Minister Andrew Parsons said the government would moving quickly towards setting up a public inquiry into Dunphy's death. Yay! Parsons expressed frustration. The precise details about the incident have yet to be released, but he wants the information to be public through the inquiry. Okay. Then round and round we go. Listen, buddy, it's okay. I know the public wants information now. They wanted information for a year and a half ago. Sound familiar? Do you see? There's a playbook. You just keep reading the same shit every time. Every incident. We know you want information, but we can't help you. Sorry about that. When is it that somebody actually does come out and say, you know what? We want to give you that. And you know what? Words don't mean shit because we actually are going to give you that because we owe you that because you employ us. And if it were me that were in those family shoes, I wouldn't feel so good. And I'm having a very tough time sleeping at night. Don't hear it. It's just the nature of this. We have to allow these investigations to happen. We need this to allow this work to be done. No, not anymore. Not the way that they do it. Not this way. I've shown you how this is done by some good law enforcement officers. Grady is a particularly interesting man. He'll close cases quite quickly. He has a very good track record. There's a couple of controversies I found with him recently, but by and large, he's very good. And he closes cases fast. He answers media questions. He sits there. He won't step down. He doesn't walk away from the podium. He has constant press conferences all the time. Same thing with a lot of the investigations in the United States, because even though some of the bigger ones, they really like to fuck around because they don't want to tell the truth, they will sit up there and talk. What we get is, another day. Parsons said he couldn't set a precise date for the inquiry to begin, but said he would move as quickly as he could, without negatively impacting the results. A year and a half in. I don't want to be part of an inquiry that, when it's all said and done, perhaps people have sat back and saying, I feel there's still questions there. Well, I still feel there's questions there. Meanwhile, RNC Chief Bill James, who hopefully is sleeping well at night also, released the statement on paper Tuesday afternoon after passing condolences onto the Dunphy family. Hope he's sleeping well. Any premature loss of life in these typical circumstances is a tragedy and is traumatic for all persons involved, Jane said in a statement. Really? That seems very insensitive, not compassionate. Just seems like a whole lot of psychological warfare. Fuck right off. James thanked the RCMP and ACERT, adding the forces waiting on a report from the Saskatoon Police Service. That investigation is looking into the compliance of RNC policies and procedures. Oh goodness, let's get some more shit involved. Hey, we can get lots of jobs for lots of people. We'll just keep fucking up. You see how we're just back at the same thing at the beginning. Anyway, I just wanted to bring you up to speed on kind of some history, and there's lots more there. And like I said, there can't be done in one video, but lay some groundwork and hopefully open some eyes. And I'm not saying that passing judgment on anybody. I just want people to know the facts as best I understand them, and reiterate some information that other people, including former co-worker, peer of the head of the commission investigation part, had to say on his Peter. I think it's kind of interesting. Don't you? Anyway, God bless you all. 4.5 hours in. I really appreciate it. Please keep it up. We're making progress, and hopefully we'll clean up the system. God bless you all. Congratulations again to newly minted grandmother, and my friend and I will say adieu to all of you, and of course everybody in the Discord, which is fantastic. We got our family, we got our family, and we're here for the families, and we will be here for the families, right? We don't walk away. We don't say you need to do a statement. We don't say we're going to give you a paper statement or no comment or we'll talk to you later. No, we actually do work hard, and we're really lucky to have each other. God bless you all. God bless the 23.